Right. Hello, everybody. We're back with another night of Duel Commander streaming. Back with some more Cloud. For those Cloud lovers, we're here. I'm here for you all the time. For the Cloud haters, but Duel Commander appreciators, we actually have some ROG Storm cooked up for next week. A donation deck list coming down the pipeline. So tune in next week if you want to see some non-Cloud content. Also, starting getting through our plugs here at the start of the stream. We're at 997 subscribers right now. It'd be really sick if we hit the 1K here. So hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. It would be very exciting to hit the 1K. I believe that's when you can monetize a YouTube account. Don't even know what all that entails, but would be great to for me to hit that milestone. Much appreciated. Anyway, I keep looking over here because I'm doing a bunch of things off to the side still, but we are back tonight. Kitty, please stop. Doing some deck doctoring on Cloud. We had a bit of a cold streak last week. Certainly, we talked about some potential edits. We made one snap decision at the end where we cut my favorite buddy Jacked Rabbit to add the Unexpectedly Absent back in the deck, a card that's gone in and out multiple times, just to add some more instant speed removal. And I wanted to take a moment before we actually get into the stream and talk about some of the options of removal spells in the deck, some of the flex slots, stuff like that, and kind of where I'm at with Cloud in the meta. And I think I did some talking with some other folks that have been playing Cloud, and I feel like I have a kind of different perspective than a lot of them. But I do think that this deck could sometimes use some more removal in some of its more problematic matchups. The issue is, I think, primarily there's a pull between wanting removal and wanting a good cards versus Aragorn, Kefka, the blue tempo decks, which kind of want removal, but you really also want things to put into play, so you can't really glut your deck with the removal spells. But there's certainly some knobs to be tuned to proper matchups, and then that is also not to mention the combo matchups, which can often get worse by any removal spells outside of Nadu. If you play against Lier and stuff, although some of the removal spells can even be good against Lier if they're instant speed or modal and hit graveyards, the Raven Charm, stuff like that. So there are some. Kitty, can you please stop being a pest? So I tried to pull up a list of a bunch of the maybe playable removal spells that I am not currently playing, and then maybe we'll add some in. I tried to pull a bunch of the cards that I think are kind of the weaker cards in the deck right now, cards that we could potentially cut. Do a little bit of discussion work about which of these do I feel would be the most optimal to add currently, how do I best address the problematic matchups, etc. So before we talk about a lot of these cards that are coming out have been kind of revolving door. These are generally speaking the weaker cards in the deck, and you can kind of take them or leave them. Basri and Tithe Taker have moved in and out of the deck. If we were hitting more blue decks, I'd be more excited for Tithe Taker, but as far as leagues go, which is primarily the medium which I've been playing Moto recently, haven't got a chance to fire off a couple of trials, but haven't seen a bunch of the blue tempo. Of course, as soon as we cut Tithe Taker, we'll play against Aragorn and Kefka tonight or something, but this card is just kind of pretty weak if you're not playing against specifically those counter magic decks. Similarly with Yara and Otski, the new card that we added, it's nice. She beats down pretty well, the solid 2-mana 3/3 with relevant text. Gives you that hand information. Is just going to be worse against the creature decks. Is nicer against the tempo decks as well as combo though, which is kind of a reason I liked her. Really helps versus the combo decks, Lier, Storm, stuff like that. The Ravages and Geddon, I think, are still going to make the cut just because they're so good as a plan B to Skull Clamp to dig towards your Geddon effects versus the combo decks. But they can definitely be finicky in such a creature dense format. Garrison Cat's the worst. Doom Traveler still in the deck. If I really wanted to make room, I'd probably cut it, but I don't mind leaving him back in the deck. I've clamped a lot of Garrison Cats so far. And then Anduril was pretty nice the very first time we tried it. I really don't find myself clouding for it very much. It's maybe the weakest equipment that's still in the deck right now. We'll see, we'll see. But let's talk about like the removal options and which ones I find better or worse than others. Um, Start off the list, I see Hardlight Containment and Dispatch in a couple of cloud lists. Some of the cloud lists online have been playing them. I think Dispatch is kind of fucking terrible, if I'm being honest. It's not trivial to get to Metalcraft on like by like turn 4 even. If this isn't a removal spell until like turn 5, it's pretty rough. And like sometimes the dispatch lists also play Darksteel Citadel, but then you're also adding a colorless source in your deck just to support like one card. I think dispatch is just kind of unplayable dog shit. Hardlight Containment I think is actually like a little bit better at least. It's obvious it's less permanent but also less conditional. You just need the one artifact in play, right? And it's easy enough to, like, especially with you play Cloud on turn 2, if you have the Hardlight Containment in your hand and you're in a creature matchup, you can just go find a cheap equipment and, like, line up the Hardlight Containment for turn 3. So it's, like, not the worst option. Maybe this one, like, makes the cut. We can try it out, but... Have I considered that Dispatch always taps a creature, though? That's true. We can always tap the creature. That's, like, pretty much exiling it, right? If you think about it. Next up on the list are like maybe a little bit goofy looking cards that I talked about one of them right at the end of last stream in Isolate. This card I was like pretty high on in Felia during the Tameo era, which was kind of a narrow window for this card to be good, but it was just like all the decks were Slimefoot or Tameo and then Aragorn, which this card wasn't great against, but like Tameo, this card was fantastic, and Slimefoot, this card was just constantly targeting mana dorks, and it was like a pretty easy 1-for-1 exchange at instant speed. It's very nice. I think the meta kind of looks similar to that right now in terms of the decks that Isolate is good against. If we look at like the decks that you would expect to play against in the average event, Slimefoot, this card's just going to be great at like trading for mana dorks. Also, you know, tag some of the problematic ones like Skullclamp and stuff. In the Cloud Mirrors, it tags Skullclamp, one of the 2 best cards in the deck, and also tags all of like the Mother of Runes effects, which can be annoying when you're trying to either connect with your GT or prevent them from connecting with their GT. So I think like these 2 matchups, you'll almost always find targets. It starts to get rough when you hit like the Aragorn Deadpool bracket. Kitty, cut it out. Ugh. Where was I? It starts to get rough in the Aragorn Deadpool frame, because if we like look at an Aragorn deck list, they have like a couple of ones, maybe. Yeah, like Ocelot Pride. I've seen Mother of Runes in these decks sometimes before, but like a Swift reconfig that you can tag. I think is like literally 2 targets in this particular deck. This is like a random 8-player event. Can we get like a solid first place 3-star or something? 64 player, there we go. Ocelot Pride. Oh, it's even worse now? Is this card actually textless for Aragorn? Uh-oh. might be a little bit of a tough sell, huh? It's like exclusively Ocelot Pride here, no other targets at all. Yeah, I can see that being a tough one. Yeah, okay, there is Mother of Runes in the list here. I'm not, like, totally insane. I have seen it in a list before. But, like, yeah, Unable to Scream, sure. There's, like, 2 or 3 hits max in some of these Aragorn decks. I have no idea about Deadpool lists, just because I don't really think about this deck ever, because I don't play online, or I only play online pretty much. But, like, I have to imagine they're fairly similar, right? Their 1-drops are just going to be, like, mostly removal and discard. You can hit DRC. Yeah. Alright, yeah, that's about what I expected. These decks 1-drops are mostly like interaction based and not playing. You play more like 2 to 3 drop efficient creatures, and there are not a ton of like efficient ones. Some of these Deadpool decks do play Skull Clamp notably, which is like kind of a nice hit because obviously if they manage to Deadpool your Cloud at some point, they can go get their Skull Clamp, but then you can always target it. So I would say it's probably on average. Okay, Ghost Vacuum, Stone of Eric. No Skull Clamp. I wonder if they started cutting the Skull Clamps. Or just because they're not a very good Skull Clamp deck. But yeah, more to the point. A card like Isolate does line up pretty well when you're seeing a bunch of like Slimefoot and Cloud and Felia and Yoshi and Tifa even. Doesn't tag Tifa, but it like saves your removal spells and you tag their mana dorks and stuff. Obviously, it definitely starts to like fall off into some of the random matchups. But like when you're a Skull Clamp deck, you can sometimes afford to play those like kind of more niche cards. Just because you really want like 1 mana instant speed removal is like really, really nicely incentivized. Because when you're on the play against a mana dork deck, you really don't want to like have your sorcery speed removal and then have to go, do I play my Cloud on 2? Do I like play off curve and cast my like Portable Hole or my Seam Rip or my Laydown Arms on their mana dork on turn 2? You can have some awkward tension. So like this instant speed is nice. On the flip side, there's Prismatic Ending, which you are allowed to play in your mono white deck, which is just sorcery speed, but can also tag 0 drops, and also has like very, very niche. You can tag a 2 if you have like Springleaf Drum or Lazatep Quarry or a Gemstone Caverns with a luck counter. I think those are like the only ways to produce colored mana in this deck, but like you would probably play Sword Splashers over most of these cards. That's crazy, because we have one right over here. It's pretty good. But yeah, the difference between Prismatic Ending and Isolate is like pretty apparent, but they are obviously very similarly shaped cards in a mono white deck. Food for thought that both of these cards are like similarly very narrow in their scope. Prismatic Ending a little broader, but also sorcery speed. When I just talked about like the instant speed being pretty relevant sometimes. Other than that, Path to Exile. Path to Exile is a card I think that I am just going to add into the deck now. I think this one's like pretty locked in for me. It's a card that I have hated for a long time, but I've slowly started to see more and more decks that are like just playing really good creatures where I don't care about their commander as much. Where like pathing a commander is like pretty miserable thing to have to do, but there are a lot of good creatures out there. Primarily like Nadu and Lier. Where you can just path an Nadu and then it's gone forever, or you like 1-drop instant speed universal removal spell against Lier helps to prevent them from going off on their combo turns as easily. There's some other matches, but like this is just a card you really don't want to cast early and you really don't want to cast on commanders, so I found it to be like kind of awkward sometimes. You play against Yoshi or Felia or like the Cloud Mirror, or like you path an Aragorn to get through and just you ramp them and you just kind of like hate yourself for it. But it might just be worth it right now with the number of like there's like reanimator decks out there where you like want to be able to answer a giant creature. What if we had a ton of colorless lands and no elemental blasts? Actually cooking here. I thought about that. I was scrolling through like the list of removal spells before stream, coming up with this list. And I saw Spatial Contortion and Null Elemental Blast, and I was like, yeah, no, because like Cloud specifically needs so many white sources because like you have the double white pips. I think Felia could maybe, if you really wanted to, support a card that costed like a colorless mana specifically, but I really don't think Cloud can. And that's it for the 1-drop removal spell. And then there's like 2s, which I really don't like 2s as much, but there are options. I've seen Get Lost in a lot of like Felia lists and stuff. I don't know. I think this card sucks, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should like try it at some point. I do see that it's giving your opponent 2 map tokens. I don't know. Feels bad. It feels. So, when I was playing Standard for, like, the Pro Tour, and people were casting Get Lost, and it just felt like the worst card of all time, and it feels even worse in this format, where everyone always has creatures to to explore on, and everyone always has things to do it if they just like hit lands with their maps, because every deck has a mana sink built in with the commander. I don't know. This card feels like it's maybe it feels maybe even worse than just putting that one. There's like an instant speed one that does the same thing, except I think it's only like creature or planeswalker, and it lets them investigate instead. It gives them a clue token. That feels like it would almost just be better than this. I don't know. Do you ever get lost your own thing and draw off, clamp, and make maps? Never. Wait. Oh, get lost your own thing, draw off, clamp, and make maps. I mean, maybe you might in some situations. That would be good. But there's not a huge breadth of cards that are clampable and don't instantly die to clamp that you like wouldn't feel bad about killing. I guess like Stoneforge, but like you kind of want your Voice of Victories and your Pure Steel Paladins and your Drannith Magistrates to stick around. I guess like anything holding a formal where the Glimmer Lens token, stuff like that. If you just wanted a shit ton of value and you had the time to do so, you could, but probably not. Parting Gust is a card that like I played sometimes in Felia. It's just giving them a tapped fish is like pretty nothing. 2 mana, instant speed removal that targets any non-token is nice. Thraben Charm was a card that I found nice in Felia. It's probably worse in Cloud because you don't play to the board as much, but the utility of being able to destroy enchantments and exile graveyards is always nice. More graveyard hate. Ability to blow up like Parallax Waves and Animate Deads and stuff like that. Not bad, certainly. We could also add like the Sheltered by Ghosts back into the deck. I think the format's still like too interactive for me to really want this, but Sheltered by Ghosts wasn't the worst card you put in this deck. And then finally Shining Shoal, which, I mean, I guess technically this is a removal spell. You could like Shining Shoal your own attacking Cloud and like shoot a Mana Dork or something. Shining Shoal maybe not the worst. I do love free cards in the Skull Clamp deck. It protects your stuff from like red-based removal, or like lets you get like better attacks in and stuff sometimes, or better blocks. Maybe not the worst, but that's about it. I just wanted to kind of go through my thought process here. So let's go ahead and like cut the cards that I think are just absolutely not making it, which is Get Lost and Dispatch. I think these cards are pretty bad. Don't think I'd really want Shelter by Ghosts for what I'm going for. I think I'm really prioritizing like instant speed removal or stuff that can like pop Mana Dorks are both really nice. I don't think I want Hard Light Containment. I think this like doesn't do enough. It's not removal until like turn 3 usually. Sometimes turn 2. Turn 1 if you're lucky. You draw the one Ancient Den. I also probably don't think you want Isolate and Prismatic Ending. Although maybe you do. Maybe if like I play Isolate and I'm like, wow, this card's really good. I want second Sorcery Speed Isolate. But I kind of want to just try Isolate because I was like Isolate's #1 fan. And maybe it'll end up being relevant. Let's start with small changes for now. Maybe we'll try the Shining Shoal. I think we'll cut Basri and Tithe Taker. I'm not a huge fan of those cards. Maybe we'll cut one more Doomed Traveler, huh? 3 removal spells for 3 creatures, maybe a little bit loose. It also like makes the Aeronautsky worse, but the Aeronautsky is always like gonna be okay. You can double dip on your like Cloud ETBs. Also, I kind of want to like keep trying the new cards, see how it feels a little bit. Let's just do that for now. Yeah, export this so I can actually remember to upload it. Have I fully explored the hybrid options? We did that last week's stream, and the verdict was like all the hybrid cards that have ever been printed are pretty terrible, except for like 6. I think for Cloud specifically, you would just slam dunk, put Luris in, and probably Judge's Familiar in the deck. And I would do a lot of experimenting with whether or not you could companion Luris, where the verdict would probably be you can't. But I would definitely try it for fun. More like low brids. Let me update Stream Decker and Flex Slot here with the new list. It's only like 4 cards different than the old list right now, but we can always add more removal, cut other cards, probably try not to cut more creatures. Of course, as soon as we make these decisions, we'll play against like a bunch of like Aragorn and Kefka and like creatureless combo decks and just not hit any of like the Yoshi, Slimefoot, Nadu stuff. That's just always how it goes. That's how it goes when you like make sideboard changes in 60 card formats. So I suppose that it's how it goes when you make flex slot changes in your no sideboard format. I'm gonna tech for the Nadu matchup, and you know, all these like creature board based mana dork decks. And you just play against a bunch of like Aragorn and Spider-Man 2099. I guess that's a pretty bad matchup for Isolate. That's been seeing a bunch of play online, huh? It's not a terrible matchup. That deck plays like ones, maybe not that many. I've seen a bunch of like Grim Lavancers. So they're grabbing Lurrus Cloud, and it's like 11 out, and then we're playing things like Pip-Boy 3000 and Inquisitorial Rosette. Pip-Boy was high on my list for Lurrus Cloud. I don't know what Inquisitorial Rosette is. Inquisitorial Rosette. Whenever equipped creature attacks, wow, kind of a banger. Sword at home, or I guess like Andoril at home. Kind of a banger for like a Lurrus Cloud list specifically, as like one of the ways you create a board, right? Yeah, definitely don't hate it. We could go through. I mean, I'm probably just not worth the brain power, but like if they ever announce that, hey, we're definitely doing the hybrid rule, then we'll do like a brewing Lurrus decks stream. I also want to brew Lurrus Felia, but Lurrus Felia is probably like way worse than Lurrus Cloud is, because like so much of Felia's power stems from like the big swingy 3 and 4 drops that you just like, you probably don't build a very good coherent deck if you're just like flickering a bunch of mediocre 1s and 2s and not like the big power band cards like Overlord. But it's also like you don't like have the Overlord game every time, but whereas Cloud is like always, you could always have a formal war game if you want. So it does impact Cloud more in like the average game. If it's happening, see in February. I mean, it probably is happening. I don't think they would have mentioned it if it had a low chance of happening. Kitty, I see you. It'll be fun. I don't think it'll like do a ton to the format. I think it will be a pretty chill update. Lets you like play a couple of fancy cards. I'll add Judge's Familiar. Get down. Get out of here. Our market research says it'll be a solid update. Oh, there's Zuharis. Speak of the devil. Alright, this guy's pretty good against Zuharis, though. I think Yaronovsky's good against them. Give you, like, the hand information on, like, the blow-up turn. This is unfortunately not a Cast Cloud on turn 2 hand. It can technically be a Cast Cloud on turn 3 hand if we want it to be. But, like, Give Her into Voice is already pretty nice. Yet. Also, just like top deck the White Source on turn 2, like a good Magic player would. Damn. Yeah, I think we just like slam voice. If they have one of the like the 1-mana counters, so be it. Damn. Oh, never mind. That's fine. I think I might just hard cast the Aronofsky next turn. We'll see. Maybe we'll draw the white source and do something else. Who could say? What's that? Yeah, Spidey 2099. Uharis the Storm Spinner. You already looked at my hand. Chill. It's the same hand. What card didn't import? I swear to God, I should stop using Stream Decker. Every time I try to like import a list, there's like one card that doesn't get imported, and it's impossible to figure out which it is. It doesn't like importing cards with accents. Are there any? Oh, is it Andoril? Nope, Andoril made it. No, my giver friends. Tragic. Something ability to cast cloud. We can cast cloud notably. We could even like just like use the shitty 1/1s if we really wanted to put cloud into play this turn. I think I'd rather Yaranowski though against like the spells stuff deck and like just getting a look at their hand to see what their Uharis turn is going to be, because sometimes you have to be really scared of like the Uharis plus like haste thing punch you in the face. But this just like naming instant can be nice. It's Harbinger. I mean, we can cast none of our spells, but it's fine. My opponent also won't be. Yeah, there's the Wild Ride that we should be scared of. What the fuck is this? When this dies, you can exile it, and then exile another creature, and both of them get suspended for 3 turns? Alright, sure. Guess we're just naming sorcery. Taxes the Preordain and the Wild Ride. Notably, like, taxing the Wild Ride by 1 means that their turn 4 can still be Uharis plus Wild Ride punch you for a lot. But you can, like, just chump block it and then you take the 5 somewhere. Which is not the end of the world. Does kind of suck, but yeah, I think we just name sorcery here. Opponent is also notably missing the 4th land as it currently stands. Ooh, Manitive ain't bad. It's very awkward with how our hand is structured. Could honestly like Dust Bowl them, keep them off the Uharis, and potentially I also like don't hate the Dust Bowl, but then they like probably just cast a 2-mana Preordain. I don't like the look of this Concierge. It's a bad look, certainly. Something sinister about them. Hmm. They are taking 6 here, going to 8. We can almost just kill them if we just, like, Talon Gates phase this out, attack for 6, put them to 8, Dust Bowl them. Next turn, we, like, draw land and Skyclave or something. Or if we don't, we at least have, like, the Mana Tithe. Kind of in for that. It's either that or, like, Skyclave this, which isn't very exciting. Then we could potentially get domed for a bunch. Yeah, kind of like just Dust Bowling them, honestly. This is really a game for Null Elemental Blast. That is true. If I wanted to tech for Uharis and Nadu, we could be Null Elemental Blast gamers. If I'm Dust Bowling them, what am I sacking? It's gotta just be sack the Dust Bowl, right? Because I want to be able to at least cast Cloud next turn, or like... And like the Voiceless Elazatep Quarry works like fairly well to like cast Skyclave or something next turn, potentially. Although, Skyclave post-combat. I mean, we also could like Cloud Clamp. Seems kind of rough, though. If I Dust Bowl them, they could just, like, play... If they just play with Hearts, though, just Shocks, and the Shock doesn't kill any of my creatures, and then it's not scary. Although they could, like, Bone Crusher plus Wild Ride, but that takes 5 mana at that point. I think I'm sacking the Dust Bowl, because I don't think I'm Dust Bowling again. If they miss on land and then I draw land, I guess I do want to Dust Bowl them again, but if I miss on land, then having Dust Bowl here seems kind of terrible versus having these two. Maybe they'll just miss on the land drop and then have to play Preordain this turn, and then we draw land and put them to like 2 or something. Ooh. Formal Error for Giver of Runes is not great, I guess. Alright, catch you later. I'll do my best for the trophy, huh? Problem is, I don't have great attacks here, huh? Into the Uharis. If they block the Yara and just take it with them, then we're getting Uharis wild righted pretty hard. And I can't like leave a Mana Tithe to stop that. Could just Formal or Giver and say go. 3, 4. If they hit land, it's a 5/3 double striker. Just can kill anything on board. I really wish I could have Skyclave this Concierge on, attack them for 6, and then they fetch down to 1 life. Problem is that like any of my spells is my whole turn too. This kind of sucks. think we're just going to Formal Orbit Giver. If I attack with Voice, they can just block anyway and then exile whatever they want, so we just don't attack. If they draw the land to do the combo, it is only like 15 damage face if I don't block. They mill a land, interesting. Because we don't know how many lands they have left in hand, so maybe they drew a couple over the past several turns. Horus Wild Ride probably just ends up as dome me for 10 and shoot one of my 3 creatures, maybe just the Giver. But then again, if we just draw land, then we get to like Skyclave the Concierge and crack back and put them to like 1. Yeah. I always forget this thing has fucking Vigilance, man. Just always comes out of nowhere because Vigilance just doesn't feel blue-red at all. But they've been doing more blue Vigilance stuff. I mean, I could double block this, honestly. Right? Do I just want to block with, like, Yera plus Giver here? They just don't get any 5 damage and I kill the Uharis? They get to kill... They get to deal 5... They get to kill both, actually, but... Then we have a Voice of Victory and, like, hopefully a Skyclave on this Concierge. I guess if I don't block it, then it just shoots the Giver. And then I have a Yera, which isn't really doing anything currently. Yeah, I kind of just want to double block this. We could even at some point cloud for Masterwork and get back Yera or something. There we go. I think I'm just going to Skyclave this Concierge and attack them for 3, and then consider sacking a creature to Mana Tide this if they just go like no land Uharis or something. But this Concierge is just like kind of annoying. I could also cloud for copy Formalware, get back Giver or Yera, but I don't think I care that much about that. They like go land, Uharis, shoot the Skyclave. We can cloud, copy, Formalware, Skyclave the Uharis or something. And they just have a 2/2. Yep. There's Uharis with Mana Tithe, through Mana Tithe. They get to shoot the Skyclave. They do unfortunately get a 2/2 here. Play this out. Gets in for 2 more damage. I was kind of like playing that turn as if I didn't have a Voice of Victory in play, like leaving out my Mana Tithe when I didn't need to. Kind of just completely forgot about my voice. But I think we're pretty safe here. They're 2 life. We have, 3 lethal attackers and a Mana Tithe. We know 2 of the cards in their hand. Sure. This feels like a desperation, like, attack with Illusion Token to loot to try to draw into an answer. Yeah. I could block this, but I don't want to, like, play into, like, a Fury or Pyrokinesis or something. They also hit Delta. I'm just going to take 3. Crusher? Sure. You are dead on board. You're at 2 life. I have 3 attackers that can kill you. And so I can continue to hold up Mana Tithe for, like, something. I guess I can also equip this Formula to make a bunch of more lethal attackers, right? Because this is 3 things that have to be blocked plus 2 1/1 tokens. Strong blocks. I respect it. You're dead. Yara definitely... I really like Yara in that matchup, I think. I mean, both the Yara and the... Although my opponent didn't actually have any instants in that game. But the voice and the Yara, especially, like, just in tandem, giving me the hand info, knowing that we, like, wanted to plan around the Wild Ride, which isn't always there. They only have, like, the 2 copies, generally. The Wild Ride and then the... whatever the old Wild Ride is. Reckless Abandon or something, or, like, the +3s in haste. There are a couple other smaller ones that they sometimes play, but you don't see them as often, and they don't, hit you for 15. A little bit different. But hand information, being able to, like, tax that play, stuff like that. This is definitely a good Uranovsky matchup. And also just the ability for our creatures to just beat down, like we played, 2 mana, 3 power creature into 3 mana, 3 power creature, and just attacked them a bunch, and we just kind of raised. That went really well. Like how that played out, even with despite our mana woes and no instant speed interaction for the Uharis turn. All right. This hand's got some juice. This path is okay at preventing, like, the Uharis blow up turns, but obviously a 2-drop commander that doesn't get cast until turn 4 and then, like, you ramp them means that this Uharis is going to show up multiple times. But, like, the path does prevent, like, the insane Wild Ride blowout turns. And can stall the, like, shock effect, right? If there's a shock on a critical turn that you can prevent by just taking it off the board that turn, then that can be very helpful. What is this Cloud getting? I think it's just getting Jite? Given we have, like, Formalware and Anduril. Might also get nothing. Might just get countered, But, like, not cast on anything else this turn. Question is, would I let Cloud go to the graveyard if it just gets, like, countered and not? Against the blue deck, these decks have less interact, but we can just cast Cloud next turn. Although then it gets Uharist on that turn. I think I'm putting it in the command zone. It'd be nice to, like, instant speed. We have, it's 4 more instant speed, though, with Cigar to say, dang, maybe I was supposed to just put Cloud in the yard. Instant speed Cloud and hold up, like, Path to Exile would be nice. We can also just, like, play land to say go here. Oh, and leave up Ophelia. Deal. I'm in for this. Ophelia doesn't really do anything, but I mean, she can hold an Andoril. We can blink this Performal Error eventually. I don't really think I want to path that. I also don't really want to cast my Felia, like, to play her on counter magic, because then it just dies to Uharis. I think I'm just gonna let this thing loot. In a perfect world, we might end up getting, like, Andoril flyers to block it, but sure. Discard the Flame Slash, huh? Ooh, tapping out. Oh man, that thing has 3 power though? Unfortunately, the Mandrill isn't a Sword of X and Y. Although it would have to be specifically Fire and Ice, or else like it's like no trigger. Am I chucking my Felia into the void for 4 1/1s? We might end up just playing Cloud. We can do 4 1/1s. No, because we can't also play Cloud. We'll see. Alright, well, we get a draw step too. Who knows? Who knows what we could find? Well, it's not very helpful this turn now, is it? We could chuck Philly into the void for 4 1/1s, and then 4 more it back. The following turn is not the end of the world here. We could also Cloud for... Oh wait, no, Cloud costs 4 mana, yeah. We could only get a 1-drop here. Which doesn't really do a lot. Kind of in for the Andoril play, honestly. Really unfortunate that the Andoril gets +3/+1 in this particular instance with my 2 toughness creature against Trinity Nemesis, but it is what it is. Got like Force Negation here. I guess we flicker the Malcolm. There's nothing to flicker profitably on our side. All our my fellow's gonna die anyway, and oh no, we only get it's Cloud that doubles it. That's not how this works. If it's legendary, they just enter attacking, which is kind of still fine. Not great. Anyway, yeah, flicker the Malcolm. Cloud doubles it to 4. Legendary means tapped and attacking, not just tapped. But yeah, I think this is mostly fine. I don't know if I'm Enlightened Tutoring. I guess we could go get a Winter Orb, potentially. We'll see. Winter Orb, Path to Exile, not a combo, notably. I do look like Andoril being, like, what's the word? Self-propagating? I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for. Self-sufficient, kind of. Just kind of like, now you have the trigger, you got a trigger, you have more guys to put the Andoril on to get more triggers. We're kind of just in a racing scenario, which does not currently favor me. If they play Uharis, do I have to path it? Discard Wild Ride. Kind of terrifying they didn't just Uharis Wild Ride me there versus like 1 open mana. It's like a very small window of cards that punish them, right? It's like Path, Plow, Solitude. Maybe my opponent just thinks they're ahead enough they don't have to like make that sort of play. Feels like they have a counter of some kind here. Could get sort of Fire and Ice. Oh, Cloud also just goes and gets sort of Fire and Ice. I think I want to like make them have less mana here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, which is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. It does line up a little awkwardly in terms of full mana investment here, but if they just like remove the creature, they just like shock, bolt, whatever the creature that's holding Anduril, that's kind of terrible for me, huh? I don't really have a good plan though. Trinium just kind of fucking kills you. Because if they have the removal spell, then we're taxing more with the Winter Moon too. Nice. It just worked. Alright. It's looking okay. Alright, this makes sense. Just a shatter. Certainly looking less okay. It's kind of funny, because of how Uharis' trigger works, if my opponent just has 6 mana and plays Uharis, and like I want to stop the shock, if I path it, they just cast it again. Yeah, kind of like this. I think I do want to path it though. They didn't play the land drop. They'd be insane to just like bluff the not playing the land drop to like bait out the removal spell. That would be like actually nuts, right? Ranger Captain is interesting. 1, 2, we have 6 mana. We get a Ranger Captain for like a protection creature. Sack Ranger Captain for more back Ranger Captain sort of deal, so we don't get like super blown up this turn. I kind of want to send all. I feel like this Malcolm's going to trade with my 4-2. Bolt. I guess we do this. Alright, stack the triggers such that it brings back the thing first. There we go. Yeah, I guess now we attack with all, huh? Because this thing is vigilance. We have 5, 6, 7. I think I just want Benevolent Bodyguard here. Be kind of nice to Ocelot Pride, but we're not gaining life in any notable fashion. We might need to Benevolent Bodyguard to like punch Felia through for lethal or something. I don't think I'm sacking Ranger Captain here. Their Uharis costs 4. Their Wild Ride is in the graveyard. You can harmonize it for 5, so 4. I guess they could tap True Name and harmonize Wild Ride. Am I supposed to sack Ranger Captain? Then they play Uharis because this only shuts off non-creatures. They shoot the Felia. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. We're 1 off lethal. But we can Cloud for 4 mana. Go get Boots, and then we have exact lethal. Well, no, because we have to pay to equip these fucking things. That's not how that works. But if they, like, just Wild Ride, we just chump block with Felia. We just chump block with something, they tap the True Name, then they shoot one of my creatures, and then we're in the same position, but we didn't have to. Yeah. I don't think I sack. That is how Harmonize works, right? It is reduced by X, where X is the power, yeah. So you could reduce it by 3, and it would cost 1 in a red. So yeah, 4, 5, 6. This costs a total of 5 to equip, and we have 6 mana too. So like if they don't do anything, and they play Uharis and shoot the Felia, then we have Bodyguard to protect Ranger Captain, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Which means we don't even have to equip Formal War for lethal. Maybe this is a matchup that, like, it's like one of the reasons you want Tithe Taker back in the deck. Kind of forgot about this, just like this deck keeps popping up on Moto. And it's been a difficult matchup to, like, figure out how to navigate successfully. They have, like, it's, like, tempo-y, similar to Aragorn in a way that, like, there are a lot of different types of cards that you have to be, like, thinking about and trying to play around. It's got, like, you know, the efficient creatures and, like, removal plus counter magic, and, like, the combo kill with, like, the Wild Ride with Uharis and stuff like that. Got a lot of stuff you gotta be balancing. Snapcaster Mage. I mean, I guess I could wait and see what this targets, right? And then decide if I want to sack Ranger Captain. And then they probably just, like, play Uharis afterwards. But, like, can this even target anything that makes me more scared than them just, like, playing out Uharis? This is just Flame Slash, which is just gonna target the Ranger Captain anyway, right? So I might as well make them spend the mana. Yeah. Do they have land Uharis, maybe? Or they just have interaction here. That makes some sense, huh? Alright, what's the best way to navigate this one? With 3 cards in their hand, Bodyguard Pro Blue the Felia probably ain't it, Chief. I mean, we could just, like, suit up the Felia, right? And then it's immune to red removal, and then we Pro Blue it. Like, play the Bodyguard out, start equipping shit. It's weak into bounce. It's very weak into bounce spells, but... I mean, I guess just putting Formal Wear on it is enough to play around, like, basically any like, red removal, right? Let's start by casting Benevolent Bodyguard and see what happens. Maybe they just, like, Bolt Affiliate in response. This is 5, 6, 7 damage. I think I just put Formal Wear on Felia and then Pro Blue the Felia. And then if they, like, have a bounce spell in response, then we can at least put the Anduril on a Spirit Token instead or something. This thing will have 4, 5 toughness, which gets stack blocked by these 2. I guess I could just equip, send, stack block, and then I sack the Bodyguard or something. We can also flicker out something here. What if we just do this? I guess then equipping Formal Wear is free. But no, if we want to flicker the Formal Wear and get back the Ranger Captain, then it's not. Why did I tap like that? Oh, I think I thought Anduril was the one that cost 3 mana here. Whoops. What am I targeting with this flicker? This is technically lethal, but exceptionally risky. I could just attack and Pro Blue and see what happens. If they have a bounce spell, we're still not dead. We're facing, they have 7 face up. We'd attack with not all the spirits too. Maybe bounce spell on the Anduril. Guess that's a reason to not body the Philia, huh? It's like just Brazen Barber the Anduril or something. Could have maybe just equipped Anduril and played around that by holding up like the aid. Equipped the Anduril, left the Formal Wear, and just sent the Felia, and I tapped badly though, so I could have never done that. I thought the equip was 3. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it's a Shatter. Shatter plus draw 2, huh? I guess it's fine. This is 4. Well, you're... Oh no, you're not dead, right? This is 4 plus 5 is only 9 damage. Wait. 5, 9. No, this is 11, right? Because I get the 2 tokens that are attacking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 9 plus the... Oh, no, I don't get the tokens. Andrew's dead. Fuck. God damn it. I think I want to just flicker the Formal Wear here. And then Protect the Thelia. Oh, right. This thing can equip to something, too, if I want it. Do I want the Ranger Captain or the Bodyguard, honestly? I think I might want the Bodyguard. Although I have to be scared of this Wild Ride still, so maybe it's the Ranger Captain plan. Yeah, I think I do this. I think I'm just going Indebted Spirit here. Oh shoot, I'm like absolutely burning out my clock thinking about these Spider-Man 2099 games. Like break my brain hard. Like when it casts 4 mana Uharis, I think I just sack Ranger Captain in response here. Which means I probably should have just sacked Upkeep or something. Oh, just wild writing the true name. Fuck, am I gonna die? God damn it. I'm gonna die because I didn't sack the Ranger Captain on upkeep. Please no. I mean, you wouldn't do this unless you had lethal, right? You're just gonna like bolt me or whatever. Why is it? It's always Pyroglyph, man! I fucking hate this card. Why is the Pyroglyph always lethaling me? Every fucking time. I should have sacked the Ranger Captain and upkeep, god damn it. Yeah, because I always have to sack Ranger Captain if my opponent puts Uharis on the stack. There's just no reason for me to keep it. Yeah, that's fine. I think I leave this one in the yard. Yeah, we drew Ghost Vacuum. We definitely leave this in the yard. So if the Jolted Away gets countered, we can just Ghost Vacuum it back into the command zone anyway. I'm trying to figure out if I play this Saga or not. Oh, I don't think so. Interesting sequencing, but sure. There's my goat, Isolate. I guess I could Formula back the Esper Sentinel here instead of Andarilling. Oh, Disruptor Flute on Nuharis is a nice one here. Galadriel's Dismissal also nice. We're just gonna play this while he's tapped out. Nuharis the Storm Spinner. Make it cost 5 mana. I'm gonna play Ghost Vacuum to start playing around like Snapcaster Mage or whatever. Feeling fairly confident here, though. We have some real big Saga tokens coming down the pipeline. And Formal Word Sentinels, just like drawing me a bunch of gas. Do I just save this with... Horus comes down next turn, but I just don't really care that much about it. No, I think I just let this die, honestly. Nice Winter Moon. Alright, I think they're dead. Yeah, we just go get boots. And we have Reverent Mantra. Opponent lost connection? Are they like... are they assaulting me? Just lose connection at the lethal equip? Just like the instant lose connection after activating. That's like a little bit unreal. I thought this guy was like like one of the guys that's usually on the trophy leaderboard. Is he not? Yeah, like really? You're gonna... Alright. Maybe they just DC'd at like the most inopportune time possible. Who knows? Who could say? The Salt DC's not a great look though. I'm down a fairly respectable amount on clock. I'll give him that. A lot of things to think about. But like, I'm winning within my abilities on clock. Can't believe the Alt F4 lethal. Yeah, Alt F4 Sig lethal is like real classy. Well, chat, do we have anything we want to talk about? We got a little bit of time. We got a bit of downtime here. Got a pretty clean kill on Uharis. We even had like the 3-0 if I didn't like play bad in that game too. If I like just sack the Ranger Captain on upkeep, we don't die to the Wild Ride plus Pyrogoyf. And then we should have lethal, I think. The difference on clock, I don't think he thought there was a chance to beat him. I had like I've won so many games of Magic with like 5 minutes left on my clock after playing D&T. I do need to get better about like playing fast in my first games in Duel Commander, but like specifically in the game 3s when I am down on time, I'm very good at like locking in and like making those decisions faster. Last week was all about hybrid. You can see he's want to make a blue-back Thopter Foundry deck. Interesting. Oh yeah, because you could play Thopter Foundry without being Esper now. That's fun. We did burn through all of the, or most of the hybrid cards at least. Last go around, huh? I think we stopped like towards the end, but let's see if let's try to make a conducive list of like the hybrid cards that would like be actually playable in this format. Because I think the timeout timers are pretty long in leagues, so we might be here for like 15 minutes or something. Alright, we got this. We got notes. Nope. The timeout should be like 4 minutes. But it's like, it's designed in such a way that like you can get back in if you genuinely DC'd and you're not like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. So it's like pretty long. Oh, no, you're right. It's longer in Premier events than in leagues. You're right. I got that wrong. It's longer in Premier events because they give you more leeway of trying to get back in if you legitimately DC'd. But in leagues, it doesn't matter as much. They reduce the timeout timer. You're correct. Where's my notes? Thank you. Oh, there's my old Lier list. Alright, what do we got here? Anything playable? Ashiok is... I don't think I'm going to call this card playable. I think this is underneath my... my interest in... As far as Duel Commander goes, I don't think these cards are it. Beseech... I don't think this card is actually playable outside of decks that can make black mana, but like maybe you play like you have like a Urborg plus Beseech and Azusa. That's 6 mana is so much. It seems like a really tough for that one. I don't think Beseech is like legitimately playable outside of black decks if they change the hybrid rule. I miss my boy Boros Reckoner. This guy was the fucking GOAT. This was like right when I started playing Standard. Boros Reckoner was like fucking unbeatable. Now they have like a haste Boros Reckoner that also prevents your opponent from ever gaining life. Metamorphosis be Carnage Interpreter is a big one. Carnage Interpreter. This card definitely will start showing up in red and black decks. This card's just like a pile of value and big stat block. Metamorphosis definitely starts showing up in like all the Storm decks that are allowed to play it. Yeah, Cold Eye Selkie, I don't think you're it, huh? Any Cunning Nightbonder fans? This card maybe shows up in like mono blue. What's the flash guy in mono blue? I don't know. These cards are sick, but they also like just don't work with the rule as is because they have like the specific text boxes here. I don't think Dovin Hand of Control is playable. Dryad Militant is like a fringe option for... DRS does not count because it has a black and a green ability, so you still can't play it. Dryad Militant, I think, is like a fringe option if you're like really trying to tech to beat like spell-based combo as a white or green deck. So like... maybe you tech Dread Militant as like a green as like a creature tutor bullet in Azusa to help your Lier matchup or something, or maybe you can even play it in Cloud if you wanted to like prop up Lier and like Rog Storm matchup or something. I think this card is more playable than Beseech, and Beseech is on our list currently, so I think Dread Militant is above Beseech in terms of playability, but I don't think it's very good. I think it's like an option you could reach for. Fiend Artisan's kind of a cool one. We talked about Fiend Artisan and Hogak on last week's stream. I don't know how many decks actually want this card that aren't already green black, but I'm sure there's something out there. Especially like maybe like a mono green deck like that has creatures and want like a Raphelos or something, where you're gonna have like shitty creatures and a bunch of mana, and you want to turn the shitty creatures into like big creatures. Fulminator Mage, I think they're. Can Tiny Bones play Dream Salvage? No, it's a whole page back. Dream Salvage. Yeah, you could. Tiny Bones can play Dream Salvage. It's just a mono black card. Draw a card equal to the number of cards your opponent discard this turn. That could be cool. A little niche playable there. Hey, my opponent timed out. What a fucking nerd. Got him. Well, that sucks. Don't meet your heroes, I guess. Sucks to see that, like, there are people that are just, like, salt DCing at the top of the leaderboard. Just, I mean, I guess that's what happens when you're at the top of the leaderboard. You get really mad when you lose a game, and you're just like, they were so much more down on clock than me that I deserve to win that one. They can, sit in purgatory for 5 minutes or whatever. Well, if you're out there, get fucked. I don't know. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Back. Play some more Magic the Gathering. And also continue our quest to identify all of the playable split cards. Fulminator? Maybe? think that one gets a question mark. There are a lot of ways to Stone Rain people at 3 mana. Maybe there's something about it being a creature that you can like recur with like recurring nightmare style effects. But I don't know. But like so many of the split cards are just kind of dog shit. Man, I want Got Rooted to be good. Oh, TV Emerald. We're really hitting the... Oh, not on Felia. Neat. Ooh, Shining Shoal's pretty good in this matchup versus Tywakeen. A little awkward that we don't have any white cards to protect our Mother of Runes from potential turn 1 shot, but... Oh, nice. Didn't have it. Cool. Not sure what I want from this cloud. I think I just... Ow. Bit my tongue. Fuck. I think I just want GTA. We have active Mom, and we have, like, Shining Shoal and potentially Gladriel's Dismissal as extra layers of protection. I think GTA is, like, pretty safe bet. Our turn 3 is a bit stranded. Just hard cast a Shining Shoal, I guess. I don't know. We could get, like, Formal Wear to, like, have a big white card to potentially pitch to Shining Shoal, too. To try to prevent a bolt, but again, we just have Mom. Yeah, I think I just want GTA. Play Tywakeen. You gonna attack? No. No attacks and no Tywakeen. Sure. Maybe it's like a removal spell and a removal spell to dredge through this Mother of Runes slowly. Enlightened Tutor's neat. We can get a second equipment potentially. I think I just want to run out Naked GTA. It could end up being a stupid plan. Into like a Shatter. But I think I'm kind of about being mana efficient right now. We can Enlighten Tutor for another piece of equipment if we need to like refuel. They might just end up leveling up Kellen here, who knows. Cathar Commando, that's kind of rude, huh? I can't stop that with any of my stuff. It's kind of fucked up. My poor GTA. What did it do to deserve this? My play GTA plan turned out to be very bad. Next turn's probably like Inline Tutor for something plus play out Urza Saga here. Is it Tywakeen time? It is. What am I e-tutoring for if I'm e-tutoring for anything? Could just get like Sophie or something as a secondary equipment. 5 cards in hand, they just like played creature, creature, creature. I guess we also have a bunch of cards in hand. Could just get like Parallax Wave or something. There's also a world where my opponent fucks up and lets me like get the GTA equipped and I can save the GTA with Galadriel's Dismissal or something, which would be kind of nice. We could just go for the equipped GTA here, force the issue on Cathar Commando. I don't hate that, honestly. Just get this to actually get sacked and not give them the pick of the... They're gonna just sack this on end step. I could just play a Sword of Fire and Ice and say go. If I play Saga Sword of Fire and Ice, I will have 5 mana next turn to like activate Saga plus equip one of the things. If they just keep leaving this up, it'll get kind of annoying, but we just don't have to equip, and we just keep taxing them on mana. This Saga taking down also just gets us towards Skull Clamp to refuel too, so probably fine. Sure. I suppose this also, like, kind of always threatens a fog on the cloud. Potentially. Okay, it's kind of whatever. I think I'm gonna Galadriel's dismissal this Cathar Commando here. And then just equip whatever they don't shoot. I imagine they shoot the Cheetah here. But maybe they want to turn off the drawing cards on the pro red. Yep, sure. Four cards in hand. Player on Solitude. Pyrokinesis by not activating. It's probably fine. Probably end up killing the Synth Eradicator and making a construct. I should have just killed the Synth Eradicator. What was going through my brain was that, like, classic, why do I need to kill it now? And then I get blown out by something that, like, makes me regret not killing it now. Although, maybe not. Maybe we had to kill this Inti instead. Although, if I kill this, they attack with the... What? The tie? Becomes a 3/4. We only have a 2/2 and 1 counter. Let's just lets them draw a card though. I think I want to shoot this. They get to loot or rummage rather than just straight up draw a card. I suppose technically I could kill a 3/4 with the Shining Shoal? No. Yeah, I could kill a 3/4. I could kill the tie technically if I Shining Shoaled it to deal damage, 1 damage to itself, and then also made it give it -1/-1, and then also blocked it with the 2/2 construct. I don't know how much I like doing that. They draw a Demi of the Silk Shoots, huh? That's kind of annoying, honestly, because it might prevent me from getting GJ counters as easily. If they just have like land a Demi, which they probably do, given that they played the Plains. We get like Skull Clamp and we start Doom Traveler Skull Clamping. Yeah, I think we can just take this pretty comfortably. Yep, and I can force them to like block and sack with the Diademi for minimal value here. Ooh, a March, huh? Actually, they could like block and sack. No, because my guy's gonna get bigger hands. Doing this just forces the Demi off the board. We're still at 14. Pretty comfortable life total. How does Shining Shoal work versus like Pyroclasm effects? Who decides where the first damage that gets negated would go? Like, if I put a cast Pyroclasm and I Shining Shoal the Pyroclasm, and it deals 2 damage to all my creatures, can they just decide, oh, I deal 1 less damage to the Mother of Runes or whatever, or do I get to decide? Genuinely no goddamn idea. Okay, this is fine. I assume you're just gonna sack the Ademi and this is just a free double block. No? Huh. Okay. I guess that's allowed. There's the fucking Pyroglyph that always kills me. In the graveyard where it belongs. I need to start playing games against red decks that I just assume that Pyroglyph is always the last card in their hand. I've been killed by that card so many fucking times. Sure. Would have liked to land, but cool. Kind of want to just march this Fable, honestly. Just pitch the Shining Shoal, pitch the Doom Traveler. I don't know, I kind of want the Doom Traveler for the Clamp. The Shining Shoal's... My opponent only has 2 cards in hand, so like the Shining Shoal's not doing a ton that the Mom isn't already stopping at this point. So if I march, pitch the Shining Shoal, and tap all my mana, I just kill the Fable. It seems pretty safe. I should just kill the Goblin Shaman. My like literally last round opponent cast the split second Shatter, right? I think I'm always shooting the Goblin here. No reason to give them a treasure. Like fiery. Shatter, deal 1 to all. No, this looks like an X spell. 4th. Holding up a mana. Interesting. Probably so that the Mom can't get like a free block on something. They have some sort of 1 mana removal spell. I assume just attack with both the Knights, leave to tie Joaquin back. Attack all, huh? I think I'm just gonna keep my life total high and shoot another Knight here. Take 5. Sure, that just dies. These are not lands. I mean, I guess I don't need lands. We can just play Stoneforge now. Could draw another 2 cards, dig towards that land. But then if I miss on land again, then I just have like nothing to put in front of these things. I think it's fine to play Stoneforge here. Go get formal wear, I guess. We don't have anything right now. We might... This Stoneforge might just chum block. Oh, damn, it was right there. If they'd like attack both, I might just block Stoneforge on tie and shoot the Knight token with the GT. Shoot on upkeep in case they have like a disenchant. I was curious then if they were going to activate this to try like Hail Mary something. But we're an effective 13 here with the GT, so I think I'm pretty safe from some sort of like weird increase the amount of damage something deals and shoot me. Maybe I should exile the Tykeon on end step just in case something weird happens. I'm trying to think of like the biggest thing that can just like blow me the hell up. I have no idea what it is. Oh wait, is this like potentially really bad for me? Does this work how I'm thinking that it does with Fiery Confluence? If my opponent's like last card is land and they rip the Confluence, does it buff all of the deal 2s by X? That would be bad. That'd be a lot of fucking damage. Well, hopefully I don't die to my own stupidity. Seems a little unlikely. Sick. We didn't die to my own stupidity. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Let's just take a look. Make sure we're safe to kill. Galvanic Discharge, you got it. Kindred. I guess I only need to pump once, huh? Naming Kindred, you are already dead. Yeah, there's no, like, BM name there, huh? I guess maybe Battle would have been more fun than Kindred. Choose a card type other than creature. You're allowed to choose land, right? I didn't actually check if land was on that list, because, like, choosing land doesn't do anything. But, like, if you name land there, which looks like it's a legal play, then that's a pretty good BM choice. Kind of a weird game. Okay, this hand's fucking awful. Weird game. Like, the Taiwakin probably has a lot of like red removal spells to, you know, activate the ability of your commander. But when I had like one shock, or one like bolt in hand, and that was it by the end of the game. Alright, this hand's a little ugly, but we'll keep it. I think we're bottom of the third Doomed Traveler. But this hand does not have any removal. It maybe just like isn't a cloud game and we just like go guy into like Saga Glimmerlands. Uh-oh. Doom Traveler into Saga Glimmerlands and try to like just go get the GT or go get the clamp that way, given our lack of a real ability to cast Cloud. If we want to cast Cloud on 2, we have to like kill our Doom Traveler. Which obviously sucks. Now this is a fucking terrifying start. Jesus. I think we're maybe going to a game 3 here, huh? Alright, well, there's a, a white source. I don't know how much that matters. I think we're just gonna fucking die as soon as my opponent plays a red permanent. I'm just gonna, like, tie into, like, removal spell my Cat Warrior, and then we concede. I don't even know how many things have to go right here for me to win this game. Because we need, like, 2 more turns of living, plus an answer for their Mother of Runes, plus 100 other things. Sort of Fire and Ice doesn't help at all. I mean, we could just get Clamp and try to dig for something. I don't even know what we're digging for, though. But I think Clamp's probably a better plan than GTA, at least. But I just need my opponent's hand to have no ways to blow up their Cat Warrior in their deck that's built around shooting creatures. This feels a lot like it's a Tywakeen into some sort of damage-based removal spell on your Cat Warrior and then end my fucking life. Damn. Damn. Wait. Oh, it would exile the Cat Warrior, so it doesn't actually work. But it does let them draw a card here, though. I think we're still pretty fucked, but that is kind of funny. Genuinely no idea what I could possibly be drawing to. What is your problem, kitty? Alright, let's clamp into... I don't know. I think, these are cards that exist. These are certainly some of the cards that I could draw. Galadriel's Dismissal is... is something. We kick it, and we have a 1-turn reprieve, and then die. I could, like, next turn Galadriel's Dismissal the Mom to force it to tap, and then Anthonize something, and then fuck, I think we're still gonna die in a fucking fire, but we play on, I guess. I got plenty of clock left. Maybe my opponent doesn't have any more damage-based removal in their hand. In their damage-based removal commander deck. Who knows? Maybe our top card is Parallax Wave. I don't even know if that gets me out. I guess Parallax Wave would be pretty decent, right? Because it, like, shoots the Mom, shoots the Cat Warrior. Kind of neuters the Ajani in that respect. And oh, that's pretty terrifying. I think we're kind of just getting fucking murdered. I think I'm going to elect to gain 1 life. Or gain 2 life. Given our fragile state of being as it stands. Shining Shoal. Alright. That's something. Shining Shoal, Screaming Nemesis onto another thing. I don't even. I think this turn starts with clamping. Pure Steel is 1 artifact away from being online. Too bad I sacked my artifact token. Not that I think it really matters right now. This is just Galadriel's Dismissal. I think they just maybe don't tap the Mother of Runes by Galadriel's Dismissal. It is another issue. But then if that's the case, then at least I think I can change on Thin Ice the Ajani. Then the Mom just comes back and I can't Shining Shoal anything. mean, I guess I could attack. Shining Shoal my damage onto the Mom. And then get it to tap that way. And then on Thin Ice the Ajani. And then... die? Take 7, go to 5? Genuinely, I think that is kind of my plan here. So we attack. I guess what happens if they just, like, removal spell my spirit token? Alright, Shining Shoal, I never remember to cast this one. I target the creature I want to hit. Deal next X damage, a source you deal, and or creatures you could... Wait. A source that your choice that would deal... Oh, no, it only deals damage when it's dealing damage to me. Fuck. Alright, well... God, reading's hard. Shining Shoal, incredibly hard card to actually parse, huh? Maybe I should have played Miners of Saga, huh? Yeah, I think they're just supposed to let this resolve. I think is the smartest plan. There's like very little I can do to punish with 1 mana left. Yeah. Take that long on these decisions. I think we're just kind of dead here. Mom do a Johnny Curve, and our hand was like a kind of clunky mold to 6. Scavenger Grounds is interesting. Really digging a deep well of like colorless flex slot cards. Or if that's like tech for a specific matchup. Maybe your matchup against like Lier and stuff isn't that good. You just want to like try to fit Graveyard Hate into the mana base a little bit. No tapping is deeply mortifying, huh? I think this just gets the Mom to tap. Because then it prevents the target from happening, so it stops me from doing anything here. Because if they let her resolve and then tap or whatever, then I at least don't take the damage. +2. What am I being shot with? Well. Oh, that's fun. I didn't think about that. That the Taiwakeen ability buffs the Ghostfire Slice, and then so the Ghostfire Slice deals 6 to the Screaming Nemesis, and then the Taiwakeen buffs the ricochet damage from the Screaming Nemesis. So you get like double. That's cool. Yeah, we were just like massively behind that game. Try to have a stronger opener. Alright, this hand is fine. It's got removal, which is nice. It's bad against turn 1 Mother of Runes, but good against a lot else. Be nicer with 1-drop because we could threaten turn 3 GTA equip potentially. Although without like a Mother effect, it's really dangerous to just like blind go for the GTA. This deck has a lot of removal spells in it. We will likely just get Formal Wear here. We have the Masterwork in hand. We maybe get Skull Clamp though. We can just cast it on curve. Cloud into Skull Clamp. Nice way to utilize a bunch of mana in the early turns here. If Cloud dies, then what? Then we probably have like Skyclave in to cast Cloud again for Formal Wear. That's probably fine. I think I like grabbing Clamp here, honestly. Gotta assume this is some sort of cloud-shaped kill spell. Nope. Tylokeen, sure. Into, like, Gut Shot? Aw, oh, damn it. They actually had the Gut Shot. That's pretty brutal. Oh well. Ooh, Esper Sentinel. It's a nice one. Next turn we have Cloud for Formal Wear plus Clamp. Terrifying. I think we're in a damage race, potentially. I think I just clamp my Cloud. Just try to like draw towards more removal. Leave him in the yard. Discard the Gemstone Caverns here. Parallax Wave is nice because we can also like exile our own Skyclave potentially. We have 6 mana next turn. Probably just gonna be Parallax Wave plus Glimmer Lens or hold up Cathar. Yeah, a lot of graveyard hate, colorless land graveyard hate built into the mana base here. Because they're really teching for it. I guess they could exile my Cloud if they start holding that up. That's like 1,000 mana. Alright. Well, they played their land first. I guess because they wanted to tap their colorless land. But it means that this Lelia has less of a chance to hit. Yep, there goes Scalding Tarn. We are definitely taking some lumps here. So are they. Their mana base is pretty painful. Mystic Forge Barbering. They're at 12. We're swinging them down to 9. I guess probably down to 10. That could be big on a future turn for a bunch of damage. Like, get back Cloud, go get boots, pure steel, punch for 1,000,000. I guess no, I get to attack for 9 if I just play my creature first, right? And then cast Parallax Wave, because I can tap that. I'd rather have the Glimmer Lens in play, I think. We could definitely attempt a lethal swing depending on how next turn goes. But obviously the deck has a lot of removal possibilities in it. I think they just filtered on accident, yeah. Colorless? No. Filters. They need a white spell. Skyclave? It's not that bad actually. Because if they target the Parallax Wave, then we just exile our own Skyclave and then get to untap it. Or get to like flicker it that way. I'm back. We're 4-0 yet. We're 1-0. Does that count? Could also untap my Esper Sentinel. Could also, like, flicker their Lelia. I don't know. What's my Skyclave targeting here? I think it's targeting the Screaming Nemesis, which means I'd rather the Lelia be a 2-2. Which means I'd rather untap my Esper Sentinel as well. They're at 7. If they attack, can we kill them? They hit Elegant Parlor, which is a tap land, notably. We'd be going to 8. We have 5, 6 mana. Formal Warback Cloud, play Pure Steel, Formal Warback Cloud. Get Boots is a 6 mana play. We'll also have 2 creatures with Summoning Sickness, so we could potentially tap one to the Springleaf Realm to have a 7th mana to Masterwork of Ingenuity the Formal just for another +2/+2. Put the Formors on the Sentinel and the Skyclave. The Skyclave's a 4/4, it gets blocked. The Cloud has a Boots on it, so it has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's lethal. I think we just take this. It's maybe bad in a world that my opponent has Pyrokinesis. But blocking's also not great in a world where my opponent has Pyrokinesis. Also, my opponent hasn't really been playing in a way that they have a Pyrokinesis for me. Kitty, not right now. I'm trying to focus on this game. Come on. I hope I did all that math right. A little off the cuff. Also, cycle. Mill end the festivities, sure. Oh, it's also a plus another damage. I missed a damage somewhere because the Skull Clamp also gets to equip for free. It's a lot of damage too. I guess it's not a lot of damage because they do have Stealth of Blocker. Oh, we can Aronofsky them to make sure. So make float a white with Cloud, and then pick them back up. Land is on this list. Alright, I missed that last time. Block here, take 8. Yeah, it looks like lethal to me. Nice. Yeah, we didn't have to masterwork the pre-reform war for an extra 2 damage. We got to, like, check for some fucking pyrokinesis bullshit instead. Yeah, their mana was really rough there, having to, like, tap the extra mana to get the double white for Skyclave, and they couldn't hold up, like, a Galv Blast or Flame Slash a thing that turn. I mean, that's the price you pay sometimes when you're playing, like, colorless lands and, like, the mana-intensive deck. I mean, we know that all too well ourselves, right? We'll try to plow through these matches, though. We started late. We had a little conversation at the beginning, right? Let's continue our list. Gak definitely could show up somewhere. Does this card suck? Bloodthirst X, where X is the damage dealt to your opponent this turn. Whenever it's dealt damage, it deals damage equal to its power to that player unless they sacrifice a creature. I think this card sucks. I don't know. I don't think that you're playing this in any red, black, or green red deck. Maybe you play this in like the red black decks, like the Juries of the world, right? I don't actually know. I'm not putting him on the list though, because I don't want to think about him. Is this card even on Moto? You're kind of excited for Besieged? We were talking about it. It feels like kind of harsh on the mana. I guess Kahira just kind of technically can Elminster play Kahira? I guess they'd have to cut like Snapcaster Mage, right? That's like maybe the only thing they have to cut. That's like probably worth it. Free cards are good. Kiora probably shows up, but like not in any decks that seem good. I guess we're just putting potential playables on the list. If Fulminaire Mage makes the list, then Kiora probably makes the list. Does Kitchen Finks get played in some Jund deck? I think the time for Kitchen Finks as a playable Magic card anywhere that isn't like specifically a combo piece has long since passed. And like maybe there's some like +1/+1 counter deck that isn't exactly green white where you're like sacking Finks and bringing him back somewhere, but I don't see the vision. I don't think Finks is a 2025 playable Magic card anymore, unless you're playing him in your Longfeng Grand Secretariat deck, where wait, hang on. Whenever another creature you control or land you control is put into graveyard from the battlefield, you put a counter 1/1/1/1 counter on target who you control. Bang, we did it. You sack the Finks, and then it gets a trigger, and then isn't on the battlefield and can't get the counter. So you need like 2 persist creatures and a sack outlet. That's kind of a rough one. Luris, probably the most impactful hybrid card that would be played. Manamorphose certainly starts seeing play. Like Ral Zarek. Some like non-Jund Storm decks. Felia at home? I think I made that joke last week when I first read this card. It's just Felia that can't target permanents and is 3 mana. Not a particularly playable one, huh? Red Cap probably shows up somewhere. You play this on like Muxus now, it's just kind of free. I don't know if he makes the list, as we're kind of stretching the bounds of playable on this list, but I think that's kind of the point, right? It's kind of just advertising these cards are kind of fucking awful. Do you play Rakdos Cackler and Mono Red? Anyone? Do they play 1-mana 2/2s in that deck? I don't think they do, right? Because you just have like such a consistent turn 1 play. You only play like the good 1-drops. You don't need the bad ones. Like when the deck was Feldon, you did play the ones because you always just wanted to be able to curve 1 into Feldon. Yeah, I mean it was played in Standard, but obviously Standard has a much smaller pool of cards. It was fucking sick at Standard. 1-mana 2/2s, unbeatable. This card's kind of fucked up. Anyone ever cast this against me when I'm on Cloud? It's just I don't think this card actually does anything anywhere or is playable, but I'm just like reading all the text on it. It's like, Jesus Christ. If you can actually like get all of that text, it's pretty good. It's pretty kind of a big if though. There's another like persist. You play this in that Finks deck we were talking about. Saheeli Sublime Artificer maybe shows up, like spells something. Like maybe you can do this in like Storm stuff. Although do you have artifacts to copy? Who knows? Shadow of Doubt, probably not even that good, but certainly more playable than some of the cards we put on this list. Slippery Boggle, my boy. I don't think Spider-Woman shows up anywhere. People have been like talking about this card, like trying in like Legacy D&D and stuff. I don't know. I think this card just kind of fucking sucks. I don't see it. Artifacts, in Duel Commander especially, artifacts like really bad. So this is kind of just a flying imposing sovereign. There are not a lot of artifacts entering play that like are relevant by entering tapped. Not a ton of like mana rocks and the One Rings and stuff. Just like not doesn't really feel like a real card in this format at least. Still Moon Cavalier. We tech for the Cloud Mirror. This card seems like I was kind of just looking at this card because I try to like when I'm going through spoilers I focus on cards that have like the Ancient Tomb mana cost. Like this card is like got some stuff going for it on raid. I mean it has like no evasion or whatever, but you know connects and it casts Sleight of Hand and then it has value after it dies, putting a 1/1 like making your creature bigger and giving it the same ability. I don't know, it's probably not actually playable anywhere, but it's a card I always like think about when I'm looking at it. I don't even know if Thopter Foundry makes this list. Vexing Shusher maybe shows up. Wait, wasn't there an instant? Wait, did I miss Guttural Response? Oh yeah, I did. That one like maybe shows up in some like the green decks that are just trying to like resolve their spell and they can afford to play like some narrow bullshit. Like Vexing Shusher or Guttural Response. Wild Cantor probably shows up in some like some of the Storm decks that aren't green. It's the same as Manamorphose. Just kind of like a ritual you get to like suspend out and stuff. And that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Alright, that's a little bit more than I expected. Some of these are like kind of stretches though. If we're talking about like real cards that I would expect to see a good amount of play in the format after post rule change, like in decks that they couldn't previously, I'd say like out of these, I think Carnage Interpreter, I think Luris is the huge one. Manamorphose shows up. And I think that's like about it. I think these are like the main cards that would actually impact decks in a meaningful fashion. Like maybe we stretch that definition to like incorporate Judge's Familiar and like maybe one other card on this list, but like I really don't think the hybrid rules change is that impactful. It's mostly Luris. Luris does rule, in fairness. Probably the most broken Magic card ever printed. But also, like, Duel Commander is one of the worst formats in terms of incorporating Luris's brokenness, because every deck has a built-in mana sink already, right? In their commander, and so, like, the Luris as the 8th card in hand matters less, and you have to, like... The Singleton format means that you're making bigger sacrifices because you're already playing a lot of the most efficient cheap cards, and sometimes you have to play, like, some efficient, like, powerful, expensive cards, and if you're cutting 5 powerful, expensive cards out of your Singleton deck to incorporate Luris, a card that, like, isn't as impactful in the average game because there's just so much more removal. There's so much more ways to be spending your mana every turn. That like this is the format where Lurrus is at its weakest, but it's also Lurrus, so it's definitely worth exploring in pretty much any deck that can try. But yeah, the hybrid rule is like hybrid rule really doesn't matter that much. For the people out there arguing about like all of the color pie breaks in the hybrid cards that would it ruins the sanctity of Magic, and like the colors have access to things they wouldn't otherwise. There are more color pie breaks that are literally in colors than there are color pie breaks in hybrid cards. Like we can talk about like Chaos Warp or whatever, and I'm sure there's like a bunch of like other like color pie breaks that you see play because they are like meaningful ventures out of the lane of what a color can do that like happen sometimes. Some like weird future sight card or planar chaos card or whatever. And then like these are all in color. The only ones that like matter. There's some like random unplayables that are like technically color pie breaks or whatever, but even if we go down this list, I think almost all of these cards are in color. Or like within the bounds of like not breaking the color pie in hybrid cards. I wanted to pull up an Elminster deck list. I was curious on if Elminster can actually just like play Kahira, and if people are gonna like bellyache about whether or not you're supposed to cut Snapcaster Mage for it. I think there are some meaningful reasons that you wouldn't want to see the change, that mostly being just like, if the change isn't impactful, then like why do it? And I think the topic is like letting people have more options, just like making the rules like make more sense, stuff like that. And like that argument can go both ways about like whether or not this rules change is worth the baggage that comes with like changing a rule that's fundamental on how people build decks. But I think if we're making any sort of argument about, like, we're ruining the format, or these cards are too good, or, like, we're the color pie, these are bad arguments. So yeah, this deck would lose Emrakul and Snapcaster Mage to play Kahira. What, does the average Elminster deck play Emrakul? What's the average? Well, there's a lot of random-ass creatures, huh? I guess Kahira probably doesn't. Marine River Region does seem like a good Kahira card, or a good Elminster card, huh? You lose Marine River Region and Solitude, and that's like probably it. I mean, I'm not an Elminster player, but I know that people absolutely fucking love to bellyache with regards to companions about but I miss out on my one card that doesn't actually matter at all, when like in reality they absolutely should be playing companions, because companions are really, really good, even ones that are bad. It's like Snapcaster's a pretty good card, but also just like always having access to a blocker and like a late game that goes grindy and you need a thing in play, or like a Solitude pitch card, or you know, stuff like that. Companions are much, much better than people give them credit for, even the companions that are bad. Looking at you, Gigantha, in Modern. Fucking vanilla 5/5 getting banned. I mean, that was partially Ray of Glory's fault, I'll give him that. Oh yeah, the color indicators. I've got beef with the color indicators, not for any legitimate reason, but because when I was getting into Magic, I was like playing Standard and I learned about EDH, and I built my Omnath Locus of Mana deck, and I was like, mono green has problems with like removing creatures from play. I can play this card, Garruk Relentless, and he like lets you like I think he like fights the creature or something like I forget what he does, but I was like, Garruk Relentless, the perfect card for my deck. And then I learned much later that Garruk Relentless is not legal in my Omnath Locus of Mana deck. Which didn't make any fucking sense to me at the time. Honestly, I think it makes more sense to let you play color indicator cards than it does to let you play hybrid cards. Because, like, color indicator cards are just... I mean, I guess... I don't know. Because, like, Archangel Avacyn flips and does an objectively red effect, but all you did was pay white mana for it, right? I don't know. That gets a little bit more confusing, I guess. Like, the flip... Like, a Flip a Johnny is very objectively a red-white card, not a mono-white card. So, definitely... There's definitely more arguments about, like, the sanctity of color identity on flip cards. But I just am really mad about it because it didn't make any fucking sense to me at the time. I just wanted to play Garruk Relentless in my Omnath deck so I could, like, lightning bolt things for 4 mana. That's what he did, right? It's like Garruk deals 3 damage, and then that creature deals damage equal to their power to Garruk, and then he gets to, like, flip or something. Garruk Relentless. Yeah, Garruk Relentless deals 3 damage to target creature. That creature deals power damage equal to his power to him, and then when he has 2 or fewer counters, he flips into Garruk Veil Cursed. Hey, the Dirt Star, thanks for the follow. Appreciated. Wow, we're running real late here. We might not even finish this goddamn league, huh? Slow night after, like, 2 killers. TV Emerald and Passe de Hambon. Kind of, still mad about that match 1, though. Fucking Salt DC. Kinda fully unnecessary, huh? But I've seen TV Emerald play a bunch of Felio to good success in challenges, or in trials and stuff. I was thinking about just taking Felio for a test drive again, just kind of seeing how it feels. I miss Felio. It's such a fun deck. I just also love playing Cloud, because Cloud is a fun deck that's also... I'm trying not to say better than Felio, because a bunch of people disagree with me on that. But I think Cloud's better than Felio. But Felio gets new cards every set, and Cloud doesn't. Because Felio is, like, so much easier to synergize with. This card seems really fucking sick in Felio. I was really excited about this one. Airbender Ascension. Does it tell you what airbending is? No, it's exiled. The thing gets exiled, and then the owner can cast the card for 2 mana. So you can airbend your own stuff, and then, like, to re-up ETBs, or you can airbend your opponent's stuff to make them, like, pay for it again. And it's just, like, really good on both sides with flickering with Felia, and if you just, like, flicker other creatures, it gets to, like, it finishes the quest at 4 counters, and then starts, like, flickering one of your creatures on end step every turn, and just accruing a bunch of value that way. Card seems really nice. I heard the match start sound effect, and then my match didn't start. You guys can't hear it because I have the Moto sounds muted for you. Oh, there we go. League matchmaking failed. Great. Hopefully we just get, like, mono red, no, hang on. No, I take it back. No, not mono red, because that means we're gonna hit the fucking Wind Traders, and they just take 100 years. What's the fastest matchup that isn't just a Wind Trader deck? Tifa, maybe? Yoshimaru's probably not that bad. You just want to play against an aggro deck. I guess even, like, the combo decks aren't that bad. Lier, because it's mostly just, like, kill them fast or die. I'm gonna be so out of my depth next week playing the Rog Storm. At least with Lier, I kind of understood how the deck worked. For the Rog deck, it's gonna be kind of a nightmare. Because I don't really know the play patterns at all. Because I've never played... I played against it, like, once pre-bans online when it was just, like, Rakdos. And I just don't... It just doesn't exist online for one reason or another. Here's Uharis. Oh, this guy's, like, just always in the leagues with Uharis. This hand's not quite it. It's like pretty good. 42 lands deck on the draw with Solitude, Voice of Victory, Felia versus Uharis. This is tempting. There's a lot of good cards. I think I should be disciplined and hit the mulligan button though. Alright, I think this hand is better, but not by much. I think I need to bottom this fucking Winter Moon. Jesus. This hand, huh? This is not a Winter Moon conducive hand, even if Winter Moon's like pretty good in the matchup. Low-key, I kind of want to... we'll see if I end up doing that still. I was thinking about, like, turn 2 City Traders Anduril, turn 3 Dust Bowl City Traders trigger on the stack, Dust Bowl them. Probably not a good idea, but we'll see. Alright, Unexpected Absence, nice. Good interaction point for Uharis at instant speed here. Alright, we're probably not doing the City Traders thing, it's pretty dumb. Also, my opponent just went like basic. I think we're just getting our Cloud countered here. Gonna counter this. There we go. Problem is, what do I do next turn? Next turn is like the Uharis pop-off turn. Don't really have the mana to like... I'd probably just end up holding up Unexpectedly Absent. Kind of sucks. But we can also like Unexpectedly Absent, untap Anduril potentially. Oh, they just missed. They just missed land 3. That's pretty nice for me, huh? It's nice for my Dust Bowl, too. I think I am just going to hold up Unexpectedly Absent, though. They have 6 spells in hand. Could easily just have more counters. Don't want to just, like, jam Anduril for no reason. Free the Fae. Interesting. Oh, there's their Reckless Charge. Really hoping they just draw the land and then go Uharis Reckless Charge. But also they hit an Untimely Malfunction, which seems pretty good against me. Oh, they hit Wild Ride too. Jeez. I should Dust Bowl them. I mean, I would if I could. They don't have any non-basics. They did take the Untimely. Makes sense. Notably, the milling the Wild Ride and the Reckless Charge is nice for me to like know that I'm not going to get completely blown the fuck up at some point. Do I just keep playing Land to Go here? I kind of want to. I just don't really want to cast anything. I could, like, City of Traders into Anduril to continue leaving up Unexpectedly Absent, but I just, like, don't think I care that much. We can even hold up Talon Gates here. To start ramping us a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm just, like, not gonna cast spells. Just continue drawing cards, hitting my land drops. Oh yeah, there's no point in playing Andro. We know they have the Shatter in hand. The Untimely Malfunction. I do have to be aware of that because it can like also redirect things, right? Change the target of target spell or ability with a single target. So like they could unexpectedly absent my Doom Traveler if they have like 4 mana. Like they go Horus, hold up Untimely. That could be bad for me. If they do nothing, I might just put in the Talon Gates to ramp me. Urza's Bauble, huh? Oh, well, now they know about Unexpectedly Absent. It's a little awkward. Kind of sucks that they drew the Cycler there. That made that more awkward. Again, I don't think I want to cast anything. I think I'm just going to play the city now. So I can cast as much as possible. Maybe I'm not even supposed to play the city, I'm not sure. Just a Reign of Glory through Horus. Don't worry about it. I definitely don't have Unexpectedly Absent in my hand. It hit me for like 6 for no reason. It's really good, I promise. I'm gonna Dust Bolt the shit out of that Arena of Glory, though. That's for fucking sure. You're just gonna Chain Lightning my Doomed Traveler? Do I just Talon Gates this, honestly? I need to put in this Talon Gates anyway, so I think I'm going to. It'd be sick if I could like make 2 red, shoot them. Wouldn't be very good, then I don't need creatures. Yeah, they were just Chain Lightninging to not move to discard, I think. Yep, go. The Doom Traveler's gonna fucking kill you. Move to discard. Oh shit, Lava Spur Boots? Fucking doubles my clock. Is this the dick? I think you might be in the wrong place, man. I think you're looking for a hospital. Fairy Mastermind. Well, we have like 400 cards that can target this, so I don't think I care that much about it. They also can't redirect my Onthanize or my Seam Rip on it. I should have done this pre-combat, because if they, like, countered the Seam Rip for some reason, then they'd, like, play Andoril, get them. Do I want to give them a Shatter target? You have to be wary of this Phoenix. I didn't even notice when this entered the yard. I guess they discarded hand size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can't bestow it yet. Anyway. Would a Dust Bowl that hits basics be okay in any format? I don't think it would be playable very many places. I want to play this Andoril at some point because then I can play the Lion Sash after that and not get it shattered. But I don't know if it's this turn. Might even just play the Lion Sash next turn instead. Get it shattered. Although, we didn't want, like, quad white, so we can eat the Detective's Phoenix and still have double white up for Unexpectedly Absent. Just play a land so I can sack the City of Traders. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I'm going to sack the City of Traders so I can start playing more lands. Oh shit, that is how that works, huh? Redirect the Dust Bowl to itself. That's funny. I didn't think about that. Ah well, it is what it is. Oh, that's kind of rude. At least that means no Spell Snare on my Unexpectedly Absent on their Uharis. That's something. We would be very vigilant about this, like, Uharis Detectives Phoenix stuff that's floating around here. We're on a 3-stream streak. Does this mean we're best friends now? That's a good question. So my opponent ever puts shields down, they're like fucking dead as hell. It's pretty easy for them to not put shields down here, given that they have, you know, 6 spells in hand. We can also just start to, like, slowly cinch the noose here with the Andoril and the Doom Traveler with Ward. We drew this Source of Plowshares, which is really nice as a second piece of interaction. They have, like, a 1-mana removal spell plus pay for a Ward here, maybe. It is what it is if that's the case. Nope, just getting to attack. Sick. Tishana's Tidebinder? That's so fucked up. I think you're... Do I want to let them draw that one again? They just do this again next turn. And they still don't die. I guess no, they do, because I plow it, right? Yeah. And they might go for a different line, because they don't know about the plow. This is just more mana efficient. Aren't you just dead? I have these boots, you know. These boots were in fact made for walking. You are at 2 life, so I can just not equip the Anduril. Although I'm not casting anything else that turn, so I might as well have equipped the Anduril just in case some weird thing happened. Very peculiar game. Maybe into it a little bit, playing with the Crystal Vein into the Untimely Malfunction. I was like sitting there trying to think about the applications of Untimely Malfunction and worried about like redirection of removal spells. Did not even think about redirecting my Dust Bowl. Traveler brought the Doom. Yeah, that's what I said when they missed the land drop. I was just like, this Doom Traveler is just gonna fucking kill you. Opponent could divide Sibian Spirit Guide, Rite of Flame, Manamorphose, Balance Spell. Well, Rite of Flame is a sorcery. So try again. Oh, we got the boots again. They're here. Oh, this seems okay. Gladius Missile's pretty good to removal against Uharis because it doesn't require... It doesn't, like, get it off the board, so they can't, like, re-trigger it super easily. We also have Reverend Mantra to protect our stuff. Cathar Commando is a pitch card. This is an okay keep. I'm getting more and more comfortable in this matchup. Just a matchup that I've played enough times now that I'm starting to figure it out more and more. Figuring out what my plan is. This fucking Grim Lavamancer is so annoying. Where was my hand filled with portable holes and Hunt the Ices from game 1? I guess Cloud probably just goes and gets Formal Wear. Then the Lavamancer can't really activate very comfortably. Do you think Cloud is the upper hand in the hardest matchup, one of the harder ones? I think it's very difficult to navigate. It took me a lot of plays, a lot of matches to, like, be comfortable making my decisions properly. Well, I guess we're not getting Formal Wear. I feel pretty good against it now, though. I think it's like pretty close. It feels similar to a lot of the other tempo matchups where you're juggling a lot of different things at the same time. Like the Kefka or the Aragorn matchups. This one also has like the random combo kill element. So it is scary, but I've found it to be pretty okay. What am I getting here? Just clamp, I guess. Just want to hit land drops. I guess we could also get Masterwork, but we could always get Masterwork after the Cloud gets Formal Word. I think I might just want Clamp here, although our hand's so full already. If we like Clamp Cloud. Am I willing to Reverent Mantra this Cloud right now? If they try to kill it? I think they shouldn't have attacked with Grim Lavamancer, because I think they could have just killed the Cloud right here, yeah. I was kind of completely forgot that Grim Lavamancer was in play when I was making that decision. Am I willing to Reverent Mantra the Grim Lavamancer activation? Probably not. Because we have the Formal Wear. We just kind of really need to hit land drop or we're kind of fucked. Yeah, sure, whatever. I guess it is a little risky if I leave this. It's not the end of the world, though. We have Stoneforge, too. We have 2 mana up. They didn't counter it, though. It's possible I should have played Stoneforge instead of Cloud for this situation, because I'm not confident my Cloud will be able to come back. Although I played Cloud because, like, we also have the hand effect now. We can try to threaten lethals. Why'd they Plasma Bolt it instead of Grimlotham answering it, though? Fuck. If I cast Stoneforge here, we also, like, just move to discard anyway. I guess I'm casting Cathar Commando at Sorcery Speed and saying go. Very exciting stuff. This is like my worst card to cast too. Maybe I'm supposed to even cast Skull Clan, but I like the Cathar Commando in play potentially. Like it plus River Mantra can block a new Horus. I could also just move to discard and discard the hand maybe. Continue to hold up my mana instead. Or like cast Stoneforge, go get something, discard hand. Problem is I need them to now go for some yeah, no, they're just gonna shoot my Cathar Commando, which I think I just have to say, alright, cool. Yeah, alright, cool. Land, please? Yeah, I guess it was my turn, huh? After they missed their land drop. I think we just go get white card to Solitude. I think I am just gonna actually move to discard here because they're just gonna shoot my my Stoneforge here with Grimlavamancer. Yep. They did miss their land drop, right? Yeah, they were on the play. So we could Solitude the Uharis here. If they hit, it just deals me 2. It's not the end of the world. I think I honestly should have just discarded the Hand of Vecna last turn and not played the Cathar Commando. I think it would have just been better just to have a shitty white card to pitch. This Hand of Vecna is not going to really do anything this game, I don't think. I think Sorcery Reverse Instant was maybe one of the reasons they Plasma Bolted that turn. I really missed my Cathar Commando all of a sudden. Uharis again? No. Sure. Seems maybe worse than casting Uharis, but I'll allow it. It's turn 5. I would graciously accept a 3rd land drop at some point. Be a pretty nice one to have. I don't know. Just spitballing here. You draw like City of Traders, that'd be kind of nice at least. If we're gonna miss our land drop for 4 turns. Leave the Saga tapped. That's a great sign. Very good sign for me. Certainly means I'm not about to die. Should I have actually, like, solituded and pathed my Solitude the turn that I played Stoneforge? Yeah, I feel like my Pre-War Formal War is not going to resolve, gang. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. I kind of want to get back Stoneforge. Because it's better against red-based removal, and we can get the cloud back with Masterwork. Stomp face, that's a good sign. We're at an effective 6 here. Maybe I was supposed to just get Cloud with the Rever Mantra as protection and go get like GT or something to try to stabilize this board. There's Flame Slash. Am I... It's only an extra 1 damage by letting this Flame Slash resolve. This thing's more damage not attacking anyway. Youch. It's not a card that I was really thinking about here when I was making my decisions of like not saving my Stoneforge and all that and bringing back the Clown. Yeah, I mean we're so much. It's turn 7. We have 3 lands in play. We put up a good fight for how little options we had there. If I got back Cloud that turn, and then I protect the Cloud, and then I grabbed GT instead of Masterwork, we missed the land drop, so we can't equip the GT that turn still. Yeah, I think there weren't a lot of avenues to win that game. I think I did miss on some like key decisions though. I think there was a decent chance that I wanted to like Solitude, Uharis, and Path my own Solitude. There's also a good chance I just wanted to like just move to discard that turn. And just discard the Hand of Vecna rather than like cast my Sorcery Speed really bad card that just died to the Uharis cast. Tough to say. Grabbing the Skull Clan probably wasn't very good. But again, like what would have been good to grab there? Maybe like a GT, just like put it in play and try to get there in the future. Lavamancer ended up dealing me so much damage. It was like I mean, that game was like kind of just a complete reversal of the game 1, right? A little shitter dealing me a shit ton of damage while I miss land drops repeatedly. And we put up a little bit of a fight and then ultimately die. Maybe this hand's not a keep. I don't know. On the play, it's really hard to pass up, just like a Dead Spirit Clap for Skull Clamp. Snapkeep on the draw, though. I've drawn this Gemstone Cavern twice in the play. It's not our luck counter night, huh? Maybe I could like Crystal Vein to like, although we're not like this is not a GT hand, especially so. Crystal Vein's not necessarily as good, but it might end up mattering down the road for equipping purposes. Go get him, buddy. If you mental misstep me, I will cry a little bit, but not be too upset because it means that Skullclamp's not getting mental misstepped. No, don't Spell Snare or Stern Scolding or Force Spike or Wash Away me. Fuck. This is worth a shot. Crystal Veining out Cloud next turn seems probably psychotic. Especially if they just go like land go again. But we'd really love to draw. Alright, that's a spell. It's a pretty good spell in all things considered. I really like Disruptor Flute against Duharis. Flash card that you get to like name their commander because it never comes down early. A lot of the strength of this deck is like playing Uharis plus other spells in the same turn. I think I'm just gonna cast this on end step though, even though it's not like ideal. That's a fun one in Uharis because you often have some extra mana considering you're playing him behind curve. It's a little awkward. I'd like to cast this on the upkeep of their turn 4 in like a perfect world, but considering my hand has like no ways to like do anything else with my mana, I think I just need to spend it. Oh shit. Things to do with my mana. I very well might just clamp the Indebted Spirit rather than casting Cloud here. I should be playing some number of colorless lands thinking about drawing Armageddon. I always like mindlessly play out all my planes and stuff, but once we have enough planes that we can probably just cast all the spells that we need to think about like what happens when we draw Armageddon. Please. I'll just let this one happen. Be cool about it. No. Yeah, it's not the end. Wait, hang on, hold. I have a plan. Wait, this remains being an equipment, right? Yes, it's still an equipment. It just has no text. God, I'm so smart. Not like last time where I tried to masterwork ingenuity and O-code. An O-code equipment. More lands, you say? Unideal. We can Tech Edge to keep him off Uharis for another turn, too. Kill my Spirit token. Yep. I was really hoping to draw, like, lands. It's a real shit turn for me if I cast Cloud into a counter spell here. But it's also a real shit turn for me if I just Tech Edge and do nothing. I mean, I guess I could do a Gandra this Tidebinder, which isn't the worst. So I think I kind of want to just Tech Edge them. They only have 3 cards left in hand. Does this card ever actually matter? It just makes the thing cost more and can pump through Horus a little bit. I think I'm just going to Tech Edge the Volk instead. I swear if I get the Tech Edge untimely malfunctioned because I played the Jumpstone Caverns, I'm going to be so upset. Alright, cool. Keep the board clean. Keep my life total high. Draw some more lands. Or draw some more non-lands, sorry. Let us cast Cloud. And if Cloud gets countered, we can at least play Mom afterwards. Although then the Mom gets you Horus. Oh, God. I could put it on the top. What happens if I get Uharist here? If I get... They have 2 cards in hand, they're fairly likely to be able to cast Uharist next turn, and they just shoot the Mom. If I leave Cloud on top, I get to, like, clamp it, draw 4 cards, be fairly happy. I wonder if I should just clamp the Mom this turn. I don't know. Subtlety was kind of a rough one. I think I just legitimately put this on the top of my deck. Library, not command zone. And I think, yeah, I think I put this on the top of my deck and then don't cast Mom. It's a good subtlety. Yep, there's another land. Attack me for 3. Don't play the Uharus. Yes. I think we get formal wear here. I'm gonna look like a real dunce when... Ah, God, there's a counter spell. Maybe I should have just let Cloud go to the command zone and get back in Deaded Spirit instead. I was gonna say I was gonna look like a real dunce when I pre-roll formal back Cloud has 3 toughness, and then I'd like die to 6 mana Opal Palace in the Horus to give it the extra point of power. Let's hope no Wild Ride. I mean, they literally can't Wild Ride, right? My last card is Miscalc. The Horus costs 5. They left a card on top, though, which is not thrilling. Feels fine. I mean, we're kind of getting our butt kicked a little bit, and our Cloud stranded in our graveyard, so it's maybe a little bit less than fine, but... Ooh, alright, alright, alright. These are good cards to draw. Let's start... Alright, these are some good cards to draw. We need to not die here. We need to definitely mitigate not... We need to mitigate dying. Path Exile, it helps and hurts in that respect. We're going to draw some more. Oust is nice. I think we just... Mom, Wintermoon, Oust, Goblin Shaman. If they rip land, they can Uharis kill the Mom. I guess that's, like, kind of bad for me, huh? Because they can untap basic and land, and then they'll have 4 here. They need to rip land for it, or they can, like, loot for land, but... I could also just hold up Path Exile instead of Wintermoon, and Path the Uharis, and then Wintermoon them the following turn. Maybe that's actually better, because the Uharis costs 5. They'll have 2 lands to start untapping, which is, like, not great for me, but it means I'm not under the Wintermoon that turn. We just go Mom, Oust, Goblin Shaman, go, and then they play Uharis to kill the Goblin Shaman, and we path it. I don't hate that plan. Am I supposed to clamp the Mom? What kind of fake card is OP using as their commander? Spider-Man 2099. I guess I could Wintermoon here and not play the Mom, hold up the path in case the Uharis happens, and then clamp the Mom or something. Oh, God. I think I do just kind of want to clamp the Mom, because I just need to draw more stuff. Not have protection when they're hellbent. Oh shit, Ghost Vacuum's huge. It gets my Cloud back out of purgatory. I'm gonna path the Uharis this turn so I don't take the 2 points of shock damage. And then Uharis will cost 7 underneath a Wintermoon. And we'll potentially have, like, Talon Gates to be able to hold up on, like, a follow-up Uharis turn if they get there. There's land 6. You Opal Palace the Uharis for more damage, which is great for me because it means you tap all of your basics. Although you're going to have 3 basics left after the Path to Exile. But that's still, like, pretty far away from 7. We have plenty of time. I don't have to be worried about the clock. Yeah, Flare Fortitude's not doing anything super exciting for me here. Not Flare Fortitude, Ghost Vacuum in terms of, like, sacking it. 1 + 6, 7, 8. We could just Ghost Vacuum Cloud, cast Cloud, sack Crystal Vein to Wintermoon them this turn and have the Cloud in play. They're hellbent. This seems pretty nice. Cloud in play gets, like, GT for me. The Crystal Vein's not as important when I'm tapping out under my Wintermoon. Do I want GT or Sword of Fire and Ice? Sword of Fire and Ice attacks through the flipped Fable. But it also doesn't gain me life. could Talon Gates the reflections, but if they block reflections on Cloud, I just let the Cloud die. Or a Gonjo it, potentially. I guess I'd die if they found removal spell here, huh? I didn't actually math out what would happen. Still safe. Just thinking about if I need to clamp this Cloud this turn. I don't think so. Oh yeah, we have Flare Forge on the Cloud to prevent a lethal too. I'll gain 2 life off this GT to make sure I'm not like dead to like some bolt or something. Go to 7, go to 4 off the from the subtlety. What's the best creature for me to Ghost Vacuum? I guess the Mother of Runes? Yeah, they only have 5 mana here, and the Uharas costs 7. So even if they play land. I swear to fucking Christ, this goddamn Pyroglyph every time. I can survive it, I have Flare of Fortitude, but I felt it in my bones that it was about to happen to me. I knew I was about to get Pyroglyph there. I don't know, just my fucking 6th sense. Oh my god, how do I win, though? I'm sacking Cloud. How the fuck do I win here? It's always the Pyroglyph, man. I'm cursed. I don't know what it is. Can I Ghost Vacuum? Oh shit, can I? Can I? No, because it's... Oh wait, hang on. Can I? What are the card types? We have the normal 4, and then we have... Oh, we have enchantment? Oh no, we have 2 enchantments. And 2 artifacts. And 1,000,000 creatures. And... 2 sorceries and 2 instants. No, we can't. We have 2 artifacts and 2 enchantments. I think I've only seen you lose to Pyroglyph. I lose to Pyroglyph so goddamn much. I'm just trying to think about how to win this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, potentially 9 mana next turn. Cloud costs so much, though. Can we... Ghost Vacuum back Cloud and get boots and equip Jite? Oh god. No, right? That costs 6 to tap the Ghost Vacuum, 7 for boots, 8 to equip boots, 9, 10 for Jite. Is my best play to vacuum a nesting bot and get it back for 6 mana and then clamp it? I think that might be my best line. I can't believe the fucking Pyroglyph is there, man. I felt in my bones that it was going to happen right as like the subtlety attacked. I was like, what am I dead to? I'm dead to this goddamn Pyroglyph every time. And there are 2 artifacts and 2 enchantments in the yard. Oh my god. I had to spend all my mana that turn, right? I couldn't have held up, like, the hardcast flare or something this turn. And I have to sack the Cloud. Oh, Christ. one. I guess just like removal spell helps a lot, huh? Hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They actually have like land to do Horus the following turn too, though. I think I'm exiling my nesting bot, planning to potentially sack it if I don't have anything better to do. Put Cloud back in the command zone. If I miss on lands. No, I should have done this before the target happened, and then I wanted to target their own face. I don't think that mattered too much, but might have. Bodyguard is clampable. If I clamp and he has land, I miss, and then he has land, I die. Whereas I could just put the Jite on the bodyguard and then block the Pyroglyph. But then I'm just like getting 2 Jite counters that don't really do anything meaningfully affect the board. I think we are going to clamp my Benevolent Bodyguard. They still target you, I think. Oh, I think that is true. Yeah, I don't think I gain hexproof. I keep forgetting that literally every time. It just wouldn't deal me damage. Doom Traveler's big. I just need to make sure that I have 4 mana left over at the end of all this to instant speed take out the Uharis potentially. You didn't mental misstep the Benevolent Bodyguard? Opponent, what are you doing? I'm not dead here. Because we have Talon Gates, we can go to 1. We could instead get back our single nesting bot, but I think it's worse than eating the Doom Traveler and like Talon Gatesing right now, right? All right, I think we're still alive. We instant speed Talon Gates the Pyroglyph and go to 1 life. But then we need to draw really well to kill. I'm gonna play around some weird stifle and do this now. I just literally have to do it anyway, so. Put me to 1. Oh, they killed the Doom Traveler because it like makes a flyer that blocks the subtlety or something, maybe? I don't know. Or maybe because it just like clamps twice. They were okay with the redraw. Okay, so they have Uharis guaranteed next turn. Which means we need to plan for a lot of stuff. I think this starts with me exiling this Indebted Spirit as my best option. Land's not great. We have to crack this Ghost Vacuum. And draw exceptionally well. Shining Shoal, hold. Hold, Shining Shoal, and a 4-drop to redirect? Six, 7 for Uharis. It'll deal 2 damage only. We're at 3 life. We can block these things. I think I'm gonna do this. So they play 3/4 Uharis. And I use the Shining Shoal to deal itself 3 damage. Oh, shit, 4/5 Uharis. Oh, I did use the Shining Shoal to deal itself 4 damage, right? Oh, are they dead? No, they're like 13. I only have 1 minute left on this clock. I hate this game so much. I should put the GT on the servo last turn. Okay, this is fine. I think I'm gonna time out is the issue. Oh, I tapped wrong, fuck. I don't think I have enough time to Hand of Vecna and Sword of Fire and Ice. I also don't even know if that's lethal at 13 here. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think I'm like 1 off because I tapped wrong. So I can't equip a Skull Clamp to him too. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh no, I'm not, because there's a Urza Saga in the way too. Fuck. Oh, they just fucking drew Lightning Bolt after all that too. God damn it, what a fucking game though. Holy shit. I don't really think I had a plan to beat that Lightning Bolt though. Like, I just have to, like, jam Cloud there. I can tap a little bit better to represent lethal the following turn, but it's not even lethal through the Urza Saga. Oh, we would have drawn Pure Steel, though. Pure Steel into Draw with Sword into the... They would have died! No! We could Pure Steel into Sword, Hand of Vecna, cantrip off both of them. No, fucking hard. No, Otar's fine. Fucking Pyrogoyf, man. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Pyrogoyf has killed me an unreasonable number of times in this format. I don't even fuck. Oh man, the goddamn Pyrogoyf. Every fucking game, that stupid Pyrogoyf kills me. The previous turn I should have equipped the GT to the servo, because then I don't necessarily need to kill the subtlety. I can, like, maybe stay afloat at more life or something, but I don't even know. God damn. The fucking lightning bolt after all that, too, and we have counter lethal. Damn it. Good game, though. Maybe you could have won if you exiled an artifact to Ghost Vacuum the turn before. Does that matter? I'm never, like, dead to the pyro... I was never at any point dead to Pyroglyph damage, right? You mean the turn before the Pyroglyph? Wasn't I at 3? No, I went to 7. Oh yeah, the last I would have been I would have been 1. Yeah. If I was playing around Pyroglyph, I exile. What did I exile though? My Ghost Vacuum had nothing under it. Didn't I not have an opportunity to Ghost Vacuum anything? Because like the turn I played Ghost Vacuum, I hit Cloud. Or did I just like forget to Ghost Vacuum something a turn? No, I never put Mom under it. Because I popped the Ghost Vacuum and got back 2 Doom Travelers. Yeah, I Vacuum Cloud the turn before so I could cast it in that turn. So, like, all the Ghost Vacuum activations were intentional. None of them could have ever turned off, like, any number of Pyroglyph damage. Like, I played the Vacuum to exile the Cloud to cast the Cloud in that same turn. And then the Goyf fucked my shit right up, and then I had to eat 2 Doom Travelers with it, and then sack it, and use them to, like, cycle a bunch of stuff. Damn, what a fucking game that was, though. It was sweet. You love those games. I love those games. The games that are just like really tense back and forth, and you don't feel that bad when you lose because it's not like I made an egregious error that cost me the whole game. It was just like we were both running hot, drawing the answers we needed. Like I can complain about the Pyroglyph top deck, but then my opponent can also complain about like my the force of whatever it is, the flare of whatever, and then I can complain about their top deck bolt, but then if they didn't talk to the bolt, then they complain about my top deck Pure Steel Paladin that gets me the kill that turn through the Urza Saga, stuff like that. Ours is a cool deck, yeah. It's weird that, like, I mean, I guess there just, like, hasn't really been a lot of paper events going on or anything. The deck makes sense that it's like, pretty reasonable. But, like, it feels like one of the decks that just, like, exists only in an online space for some reason. People just, like, don't really want to play it. Yeah, I've run into Motic Mall, like, 3 or 4 times in the past couple of leagues, certainly. And then our resident Salt Lord, Pass de Hambon. I reckon it's like a pretty good like Moto League grinding deck, given it's probably like has some like really aggressive starts. You can just like blow people up sometimes. You don't really have to like sit there and play those game 3s that often. Hopefully it picks up if it's good. I like to see variety. It's not in the like blue red X tempo archetype. It has some like definite like Kefka versus Aragorn. I think Aragorn's mostly a better Kefka. Kefka has some better hits in terms of like your hand disruption makes you like a little bit better for like combo and stuff like that. But oftentimes the decks are like similar enough that I feel like Aragorn is like mostly just like the better deck. But that deck is a blue red tempo deck that has like a much more aggressive slant than Aragorn can ever have. You have like that combo element with like the reckless charge or whatever, wild ride. You don't have as many like tempo-y pieces, although you do have some that make your opponent deal with that, but you have like a lot of like aggressive elements. it pressures on like a little bit of a different axis than Aragorn, while still filling like a similar deck space. Whereas Kefka and Aragorn, I think, operate on like very similar axes. Yeah, there was like VV. Didn't VV like win French nationals and then like Underworld Breach got banned? But I don't imagine Underworld Breach was like the reason VV was a playable deck. I was like never super impressed when I ran into VV in the leagues though. It's like 3 mana commander that needs to like stick around to live and doesn't like accrue any immediate value in a format filled with a bunch of creature removal. I guess, yeah, it also lost Force of Will, but like everybody else lost Force of Will too. Getting 2 cards banned out of your deck, probably 2 of the better cards in your deck getting banned out of your deck, are certainly reasons why the deck would become less good. I didn't even realize that he was like literally the trophy leader out there grinding away with Uharis. We've hit like 3 people pretty high on the leaderboard. Been a real murderer's row. We've had some like pretty competitive matches. We're 2-1 with like a super close loss. Feeling good. Our changes largely haven't done anything, but I do think that specifically if you're taking for Uharis, the Shining Shoal is really good, right? A lot of damage-based removal. It's kind of awkward that it can never actually like kill the Uharis, because the Uharis always deals like 1 less damage than his total toughness. But like the deck has, you can move the Uharis damage somewhere else. It protects your creature. I think this is like pretty reasonable. Uharis deck, if nothing else. Kind of also forgot until like that match 2, where that you can't Shining Shoal your own creature to deal the damage elsewhere. It's whenever deal damage would be dealt to something that you control, it moves the damage. So this card actually kind of just is fucking terrible against like the Nadu decks. But it's like still good for the other stuff, and it is like it's very impressive for Uharis, so maybe it is actually worth the slot. Path to Exile kind of showed up, kind of not. Path to Exile, Winter Moon has been like pretty rough. It's already come up a couple of times, and like pathing Uharis and stuff. But like instant speed interaction for Uharis is good, even like sometimes it's not that good. It's better than having like sorcery speed removal and letting them get the pings. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna finish the league tonight, chat. It's already almost midnight, and we're not firing. We might call it at 4 rounds here. If we were like 4-0 and we're like playing for the trophy, then you stay up, you play it out. But at like 2-1, we're not like sitting here playing for anything. I'd say that like we've played some quality match. Maybe not every match is quality, but like specifically just. Actually, no, I take it back. All right, we haven't actually played that many quality matches because that game 3 was really good. Games 1 and 2 are both horrible. It was just like my opponent getting stuck on mana and then me getting stuck on mana. Goyf cost us the trophy. It's only match 3. We don't know if we would have got the trophy, but yes, Goyf is fucking bullshit. I'm an unreasonable Pyrogoyf magnet. It is crazy. I do need to just actually start playing as if my opponent's last card in hand is Pyrogoyf at every moment of every turn against a red deck. Because Pyrogoyf just fucking kills me every goddamn time. I'm running to the bathroom again, chat. We should do the giveaway too. I have 2 giveaway codes because it's the last Tuesday of the month. We should run the giveaway, but I'll be right back. I'll leave the timer going because it's pretty late. These leagues aren't firing tonight. We have to make the giveaway code Pyroglyph, right? Giveaway Pyroglyph. Type Pyroglyph in the chat, please, and thank you. Get your chance at 120 play points. We have 2 codes to give out tonight. Pyroglyph. Oh, I didn't actually turn the title on. Last Tuesday of the month. Get your Pyroglyphs in. Can one person win multiple times? Probably not. I'm just gonna pull 2 winners out of the giveaway bot, and I don't think it selects the same person twice ever. Nice that you want to see more of the thing you hate. It's like exposure therapy, right? If enough people yell Pyroglyph at me in the chat. Oh, you mean you won last week? Oh, yeah, this is probably fine. Just don't win next week. 2 is a coincidence. 3 is... I don't know. I have video... we have video evidence that it is in fact random, so like... It's not like the Daybreak police are gonna bust down my door being like, hey, you're supplying Lysark 42 with all these playpoint codes. I don't know, look at the bot. Ah, come on, Moto. We got one more match in us. We can play one match. I was wondering if it was capped to be reduced. No, I don't think so. I doubt it. Yeah, get your Pyroglyphs in. Yeah, we got chat coming out with the Pyroglyphs. Hell yeah. More exposure therapy for me. It's the exact time of day you'll be 100% guaranteed to play with an AFK mono red player? Yeah, probably. That's my luck. It is the deeper into the night we go, the more likely it feels. So I was talking to Lackey about the other week, but they seem to pop up like starting at like about 10 p.m. into like the early hours of the morning, because that's before like the European players are online. It's when the queues are the most dead. Like when the queue times are 13 minutes, that's when the win traders want to be showing up, right? Because they can more consistently hit each other. So I think the Path is good and the Shining Shoal is good, but not really for the reasons we were talking about. They're just good cards against Spider-Man 2099 / Uharis. And the Isolated is very bad against Uharis, which is very popular in the Moto Leagues lately, so maybe we're not supposed to be Isolate gamers. French players wake up in 2 hours is the exact window. Yeah, that makes sense. 2 hours from now would be like the... So we have like the 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. my time window. That's about what I've felt, although I guess I don't actually know the 2 a.m. stuff. I mostly stop playing at midnight the latest. What was I looking up? I was about to check something. What were we just talking about before that? Uharis? Was I gonna look up a new Uharis list? I'm to see if Isolate does anything. Alright, we're seeing some like paper. Yeah, nothing like 3-star paper events. But it is like starting to show up here. What do we got? How big is this event? 16 players? That's nothing. Oh, whoops, I clicked on the 1-star. Whoops. 39 players, alright. Winning a 39-player event, that's pretty nice. Aether Hub? What are we Aether Hubbing for? Oh, Hero's Blade is cute. You get 5 damage. Magic Damper. Okay, this one's playing a little bit more aggressively, I think, than that. Yeah, this one's kind of got some weird cards in it, I feel. Cards I wouldn't expect to see. Although we're also seeing a bunch of cards that we were seeing previously. The Opal Palace, the Sinister Concierge. Does Heroes Hangout? Strike. Weird that they're playing Reckless Impulse. Aren't there like 3 Reckless Impulses? They just like, I just kind of want one of this effect. You mentioned on Discord that you understand Cloud better, or why French people still play Philly when Cloud exists. Did you talk about that perhaps today? Oh, no, I didn't really talk about it. I was talking with Carbozo a little bit about it in the French Discord, and he seems to think that, like, the reason that, the main reason people are playing Felia is because people don't think Cloud is a good or a well positioned in the meta right now, which is a commonly held opinion overseas, which is the start of my fracture of understanding. But like, if I accept that as the terms of engagement, then the people that are still playing mono white are the people that are just like not as obsessed with winning and kind of just want to play Felia because the deck is this is not indicative of like player intelligence or anything, but like the lines in Felia are easier to manage because you don't have a tutor in your command zone. Felia games are much more just about the decisions you make based on the cards in your hand and not like necessarily spanning options. So it's a little bit easier to play Felia, and Felia has higher power spike, like higher potential. Like the average Cloud game, Cloud is much more consistently powerful, but Felia has like its like really nuts high roll games. Like when you go Mom into Felia into whatever, into like into Overlord, attack flicker your Overlord, and then you just get him. Like what happened to us like last week when we played against Felia? We got like Overlorded twice, and just all right, that's, you know, your Felia opponent high rolls you sometimes. So it's just like the people that don't want to play Cloud, like the people that are competitive don't want to play Cloud because they don't think it's good. And then the people that aren't as competitive want to play Felia because they already have it. It's easier. It's just a deck that they've figured out more. They don't want to like figure out how to play Cloud. But like I also they also like talked about how there are some matchups that like they don't think Cloud is good against. Like there's so many people that tell me the Slimefoot matchup for Cloud is bad. I truly don't understand it at all. I really don't get it. But like Felia's probably, I don't even know if Felia's a little bit, Felia's maybe a little bit more favored versus the Nadu decks. But I'm not even sure if that's correct. Just like Cloud for GTA is very helpful. I've played against a ton of Slimefoot. I don't see it as much lately, but like 4 or 5 months ago into like a year ago, I played a bunch. Like when I was playing Felia, there was just a ton of Slimefoot around, and I also felt like Felia had a fine Slimefoot matchup, and people were just like, "How do you ever beat this deck?" I don't know. Cast removal spells and then grind them because you're a grindy, like incredibly like value oriented white deck. I don't really understand. It's just Slimefoot just did. I think I went on my Slimefoot tirade last week. I forget, but like it just feels like Jund, in that it's just like a good mixture of quality removal spells and creatures, and it's like it's just modern Jund, where modern Jund back in like 2015 when Jund was a playable deck, where it's just like Jund has like, you know, a lot of 50-50 matchups ranging from like 55-45 to 45-55, and not a lot of like decks that are just like, I'm fucking eating Jund for breakfast besides Tron. But just like, it's just the quintessential Jund deck. It just has a lot of good matchups and emphasizes like player skill a lot, so people like it, I guess. But this deck has never felt like obscenely powerful, over the top, or oppressive or anything. Oh, we did it. We got a match. Alright, this will be the last match of the night. Because it is literally already midnight. Oh, we get to fucking play against Jun Storm and die horribly. Nice. This is what we wanted. We wanted a fast match, and we get to learn how to play against a new deck. Or not new, not a new deck. You know what I mean, though. I think we keep this though. We have like potential turn 3 Armageddon. We're on the play. It's not Storm. Is it not? Is there another Jund Rog deck? Is there a new Rog? You're fucking with me. Glass Cannon. What even is this? That bull. I mean, I'm keeping this hand. To always have discard reanimate. Well, they kept 7. You don't know this, right? They could just be Storm, right? I think I'm playing Skrelv. I need Ghost Vacuum. Well, guess not. I don't believe there's no. What reason do you have to think that like this player is doing exactly this? I think I'm just gonna play Drum. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just Rog Storm and I need to fucking kill them. I need to just like Cloud for Hand Effect now. What do they reanimate that kills me? Cabal Therapy is a kind of horrifying card. You have one plan when you're casting Cabal Therapy to Singleton format. Yeah, they named Lion Sash? Alright, maybe you're right. Hang on. Hold up. You might be right now. So how does this deck kill me, Blinky Mans? Can you walk me through that one? Can I hold up Galadriel's dismissals to any relevance? I don't know, they can like Rog Therapy my Lion Sash if I go get it next turn, but then they might not kill me, and then they'll just reanimate a big creature. But you can like beat a big creature. Yeah, if they just like Therapy my Sash, then I'm just kind of sad. I guess then we maybe try to like get in them. After that, hopefully we don't die. What's their commander? Rog Rayhan. So, like, just Rog for value stuff. I guess that's the reason that they have Therapy, right? Because it's just, like, with Rog, you can just, like, it's kind of Thoughtseize. I was just wondering if they're, like, some Hoarding Broodlord combo or whatever, where you can get them if you, like, kill the creature in response or something. But if they're just, like, making Archon of Cruelty or whatever, then it's gonna be a little bit different, right? I think we just get Sash and we play the Skrelv. We get our Sash Cabal Therapied. But whatever we get, it gets Cabal Therapied. Kind of a bummer. I wanted to play against the Storm deck. Oh, you got a list for me? Let's see what they're cooking while they Therapy my Rog Rayhan. Therapying me, they're gonna take my Lion Sash. They do have Hoarding Broodlord, notably. Sire of Insanity. Jesus Christ. This is just all giant dudes and they just, like, what, they just discard one? Oh, wait, hang on. They're discarding themselves. Wait, this isn't that unbeatable, is it? They're just gonna, like, Woodfall Primus Animate Dead? That feels like... Or Woodfall Primus Death? That feels, like, kind of beatable. Maybe not, like, super beatable or anything, but... It's definitely not like the end of the world for me. I guess that does also make sense on Light of Therapy, right? It's an enabler. They have Abrupt Decay. Chaos Defiler. Kind of fucking annoying, huh? Am I supposed to leave up Sash mana? I think I am, just because I also just want to get the Sash buff. Feels like it definitely could have been scarier. But I suppose it was turn 2 giant creature. Jundrog is always paired with Ikra. I guess that's fair. I've never actually checked what the Jund commander is. I just know it as Jundrog Storm. I don't think you're winning this race. Cast Rog. They're a French guy waking up very early. Alright, well, we get to play against the fun new deck. I'm pretty excited about that. Alright. This is all fair. It's all above board. So we know their whole hand because they played this Thornspire Verge. That's just abrupt. Yeah, it's just Abrupt Decay here. Could get in them, but I don't think I'd really care that much about getting them until, like, next turn, potentially. Oh, they don't play the Rog because I just laid out arms it for free, probably. And like Abrupt Decay the Skrell or something instead. Yeah, Rog's just there for just a little bit of access to fast mana to like try to turn 2. Well, not instantly lose to Ghost Vacuum, right? They had a Abrupt Decay hand, but yeah, I understand they're like very all in. Maybe this just even boots up the Sash instead of eating a thing. Just to give it protection. Rog time? Yep. I'm just gonna Galadriel's Dismissal this Woodfall Primus to gain 5 life, I think. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get in. Eventually our Sash outsizes the Primus. This thing doesn't kill creatures. They have 1 land in hand. I guess they can like life death it at some point, but block's pretty free because they know I have the laydown arms. So they just gain 4 life. If we hit lands, we can also eventually, like, commando the Woodfall Primus. Or commando the Animated if we need to. Yeah, I think we're... I don't know if we're stabilized. If we draw a land here, we're really good. If we don't, it gets a little bit dicier. Nice. I think I'm just going to hit them for 5 and leave up 1 white mana here. You have 2 cards in hand. I think that's fine. So we do have to be worried about dying to this at some point. Like, we are losing the race, kind of. Although, if we attack for 5 here, they go to 8, and then we eat to put this up to 6/6, and then we have 8, and then they just are dead. So yeah, never mind. Should I actually eat both here? Play around Shallow Grave? With 2 cards in hand and 1 land, I don't think there's a way that they can, like, put a thing in the yard and reanimate. They also can't, like, life the Primus if they, like, sack it, because they'll take 6. Oh, they'll also be at 9. So I guess they technically could, but it wouldn't, like, hurt anything. Also, they can't sack it, it just persists back. I think I'm safe to do this. Yeah, no attacks means they have to just jump with the lion, jump the lion sash. And then it persists back, notably, and, like, shoots my land. Not my favorite thing in the world, but... Also, like, comes back in the combat steps, but if I, like, cast Hunted Witness, they could potentially persist back and then, like, shoot the drum, and then I don't have White Source up for Sash, so I think I just have to kind of... Oh, I could just eat it, yeah. That's much smarter than the things that I was planning, which was... lose. Not lose, but, you know. I think I am just going to attack with Sash, though, not Cloud. Alright, we got there. We figured it out because they had, like, Woodfall Primus instead of, you know, like, Archon or Grizzlebrand. That one they can have. Even if they mill a giant thing, I simply don't tap my planes. And I don't get Shallow Graved, and we get to live. Cool. Alright, well, resubmit, I guess. Is there a world that we would need to, like, sideboard into Yera? Probably not. Like, they're, like, Turbo Reanimator, but it also means that, Cloud for Sash is really good. This hand cannot Cloud for Sash, but it does have Gemstone Caverns, Path to Exile, Cathar Commando, all of which are like kinda okay. I don't. It'll be fine. I think I'm killing my Indebted Spirit here. Maybe I'm supposed to kill the Galadriel's Dismissal. I guess it's a looter. Guess I have to path that, huh? I mean, they Spirit Guided for it. Am I supposed to path this on an upkeep to give them less mana, or just path on my... I think I just want to path now to be mana efficient. Either cast Cathar Commando, or hopefully draw a white source and cast Cloud. I don't think I want to, like, time walk myself. Just to, like, give them less mana for one turn, because I'm just not going to be able to capitalize on that turn. Because, like, giving them one less mana that turn also gives me one less mana for, like, this turn, right? Well, it's not the best draw in the world, but... We drew Oust, so that helps, like, kill another fatty after our path is down, at least. Please don't cast the other one. I don't want to read it. God damn it! It's a 3/3. Whenever something dies or is put in the command zone, if it had... It's just a 3/3, right? It's pretty much just a 3/3. This is just 3/3 for 3. Oh, fuck yeah. Yes. 3/3 for 3 just means it's a little bit better on board for them when they're not doing anything here. Let's go get the Lion Sash, I guess. Seems to be the correct choice at all times. I think I don't want to attack with Cathar Commando. I don't think I really want to offer that trade. Maybe I do, if they like some, like, sacrificey stuff that they can utilize the Rayhan for, but then they could always have just, like, done Rogok instead. I think they played Rayhan because they don't have anything and they just want to, like, gum up the board a little bit more. Although, it is a 3/3, which prevents my Cloud from attacking, so maybe I was supposed to, like, trade Cathar. I don't know. Sick. More lands is good. Yeah, I think I was supposed to attack last turn, and I think I will attack this turn now. I was so excited to play against the Storm deck, and then we just didn't play against the Storm deck. Yeah, kind of expected. This is a May? Dang. Would have been nice. Come on, come on, no? Storm wouldn't be as easy as this, that's true. But, like, it would have been, I think, a little bit more unique and interesting for the, like, the stream. We're playing the Storm deck next week. Mill Corpse Dance, hey? We do want to be cognizant of, like, leaving up white mana sometimes. I think I will eat my Cathar Commando, because it's not that important. I just want to clock them. I think I am going to Tectonic Edge my opponent. Oh, whoops, I should have done that pre-combat, getting a little more damage off the Sash. Oopsie. I probably would have eaten like one thing, left up double planes. Rayhan? Nope. Oh no, is this Chaos Defiler? Please no. Okay, thank god, it's just Rayhan. That's fine. I'll allow this one. Glad it's not one of those cards that gets bigger every time you cast it. Am I supposed to oust this? I could just get in less damage. Kind of want to just hit him with the sash instead. With the sash on the cloud here, just like a little bit more damage. Protects the sash from some removal spells, although it's again protected by the Rever Mantra as well. But yeah, I think it's kind of fine. Thinking about it, if I want to like leave up Quarry to like sack the cloud to unequip the sash, if that ever matters. I think it could, more than like having the third white source here when there's nothing in any graveyards. I think I will actually do that. Yeah, because they could have like Abrupt Decay. Equipping this actually makes it not immune to Abrupt Decay anymore. So maybe I wasn't even supposed to equip. I don't know. Ooh, Phyrexian Tower. It's a reason to like wait for the oust though, right? If they're just gonna like hard cast a big guy. Come on, you know you wanna give me them counters. 7 mana? What is this? I mean, I think I'm just supposed to oust this. It's just gain 3 life, draw a card here. So like they're probably just gonna cast it again next turn, but oh no, oust puts it second to the top. I kind of want to sack my cloud and cast it. Maybe the play. Do we really need more than 1 white mana up? They have 4 cards in hand. What does this get that helps kill my opponent faster? Sort of Fire and Ice. Hand of Vecna. Hand of Vecna is only like 6 damage, right? We'll have 3 cards in hand maximum, so Sort of Fire and Ice is mostly better. Costs more, but it's kind of annoying if my opponent just casts 7 mana Rayhan, I guess. Andoril is only 4 damage. We'll just get Sword. We could potentially Sword and Rever Mantra. If my opponent like taps out for Rayhan, we might like Rever Mantra and Sword attack for lethal, right? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 exactly. If my opponent just spends 7 mana on Rayhan, we just have Rever Mantra, Pro Black, Sword on Cloud, attack for 12. I guess I don't even need a Rever Mantra. I can just Galadriel's Dismissal it instead. And like try to always found the white card. Easy. Always had it. Alright. Fun match. Interesting deck. Just like very all-in Reanimator, it felt like. My opponent's keep was probably based on like me not being able to kill their turn 1 discard outlet. And then they were going to like discard the Vaultboard Tyrant and Reanimate it or something, but then we killed it, and then it bought us enough time to get to the Sash, and then they died. Worked out pretty well. Interesting. Once you know about it, definitely. It's it'd be like a little bit scary in game 1s, I imagine. Like I was fully prepared to like play against a Storm deck and go grab Hand of Vecna, but also my opponent like Cabal Therapy Lion Sash, so it kind of like makes you want to go get Lion Sash, huh? A little bit of a jig is up in that game 1 in particular, regardless. But it's very late. Oh, let's do it into the giveaway, huh? Wow, Lyser did win. Fucking rigged as hell. And Oscar Pod, you are the 2 winners. I should have double checked to make sure that there were 2 winners, but I'm pretty sure there were. Last giveaway code was... Yep. Alright. Lyserg's code. And Oscar Pod's code. There we go. All right. Thanks everyone for watching. Sorry we didn't finish a full league here, but I think, like, even inside of 4 matches, we had some, like, much more interesting matches than we did last week. I think there was, like, a lot more to glean from hanging around today, and even if we didn't get to finish our full league, we played against, like, some quality decks, right? Taiwakeen kind of floats around, like, the lower tiers of playability, but, like, played against the new up-and-comer Spider-Man 2099. We played against the scary, apparently invented 4 days ago, Super Turbo Reanimator deck that we got to handedly vanquish. Our Path Exile showed up multiple times today. Some of our changes were good. Some of our changes were less good, but I do think we definitely learned a little bit. I might go re-examine that pile of removal that I was like talking about at the beginning of the stream, and I for some reason, I just, like, Spider-Man 2099 was not on my radar when I was talking about those removal spells, but I think really the only thing is that that deck really emphasizes you wanting more instant speed of removal. We saw the ability to interact with, like, the Spider-Man 2099 turn being really good, hitting the Uharis before the trigger happens with, like, Path and Unexpectedly Absent and Plow and Solitude and all that. I don't think there are too many other cards that allow you that sort of versatility. Without being kind of terrible. But, we'll see. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you had a good time. We will find someone to go raid. And we'll be back next week with some Jund Storm. What the fuck? Harane's not online? Who am I supposed to raid? I always raid Harane. So no one streams. Who's here? Who's out here? Is there anyone playing like some Moto? See a bunch of Arena and EDH. Oh god. Oh, there's me. Alright, well, let's just raid this random Titan streamer. Although I'm not a Titan respecter personally. You gotta support people that are streaming Moto. Read Q7. Go enjoy some quality Titan content, or don't. I'm not your boss. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching. We'll be back next week with the cool Dono Storm stream. We'll, that one might be a little bit of a nightmare, but we'll see. Last Dono deck went really well. We'll catch you all next week.